In memory of David Warner, who passed away July 24th, 2022, whom you may recall as Thomas Packard, amongst many other roles. Thank you for your wonderful work.
I have no idea where this will lead us, but I have a definite feeling it will be a place both wonderful and strange.
Hello, and welcome to the wonderful and strange Twin Peaks Logcast. I'm Kalil, and with me today is the chess piece to my checkers board.
I'm the Unplugged Professor, and I punch microphones.
Today we're talking about part 2 of the Secret History of Twin Peaks. If you're following along in the hardcover book edition, we're around page 238, after the Picture of the Bookhouse Boy books.
And if you're listening through Audible, we have just recently finished Chapter 13, and we are going to be going into Chapter 14 in the next podcast. And if you're on the CDs, did you keep track this time, Kalil?
I think it was midway through disc 5 or something. It's confusing on the CDs. Either way, good news. Next time, just finish the book. Just and you're done. Doesn't even matter how you do it. It's good.
Just get it done.
Spoilers are in order for any and all David Lynch material, including anything with Twin Peaks prior to the return, including any and all books. My Life, My Tapes, Laura Palmer's Diary. It's all fair game. Trivia sources. I just got one. I looked at the Twin Peaks wiki for today, and that was satisfying. That was fulfilling in of its own right. General thoughts on this section, Professor. Last time it seemed like you were liking the book. We both had some qualms. I was a bit more negative than you were, but you were definitely interested. How did you feel moving into this next section of the book?
Well, might I say that as far as this book is concerned, we are going to go still a little bit in the UFO territory, but moving on to more character-centric sort of like pieces, where it seems that it gets a little bit more intimate, potentially because the archivist may have interacted with these people inside of town, because now we're inside the present day around this time.
Did they interact with them intimately?
Maybe. Maybe. I'm looking at you, Major Briggs, yes. But
I feel like you get to say the controversial things in the podcast now, and I'm just kind of sitting back and smiling.
He's a handsome man. He's a handsome man. It's not controversial to say Major Briggs is a handsome man, okay?
So, are you still then convinced that Major Briggs is the archivist? Has your certainty increased or decreased or wavered at all?
It is very much kind of stayed inside the increased nature, mostly because, and you could put an argument against me for this sake, but having like
don't tempt me.
But having like pieces of information with Dr. Jacoby inside of here,
right. That was one of the other guesses.
That's one of those other guesses, if you will. Those are some of the prime materials in which, if there's something happening with Dr. Jacoby, it seems more so analytical and focusing on that information and sort of like bringing it in for the sake of research. And it seems like less the person is talking about themselves. This may contradict itself later. It may also say that for the more intimate details that is given about Dr. Jacoby, you could say could have a first-hand note, but for the most part, I don't imagine that this person came all the way from Honolulu and became the archivist.
So, Jacoby's most likely not the case, unless Jacoby is referring to himself through the archivist point.
The Jacobith, yes.
He could be. We already kind of said that Cooper doesn't make sense. We teased out the idea of Wyndham Earle possibly last time. Are there any other contenders you think are even in the running?
Not really, no.
It's just no other option.
There seems to be a knowledge and a focus that you do not see from many characters that would fit the archivist's MO.
Yeah, and you can't even look at someone like Annie, who you previously suspected as Agent TP. Annie wouldn't be the archivist most likely due to age.
Yes.
Right? That it just wouldn't line up as someone who's friends with Andrew Packard for decades.
I would love to see a situation where Albert Rosenfeld is the archivist, in which the whole thing is just filled with contempt and just frustration over this and just outright bashing everyone about.
Look, if the word yokels appears even once, we might have found our man.
We may have found it, but no.
So my question for you is, with your suspicions on it possibly being Major Briggs, do you feel like you are falling for a red herring, or do you think like the book kind of expects you to lean in this direction? Like, I know, again, death of the author and all, but just in terms of if you were to try to guess intent, do you think it's trying to hide who it is? Do you think it's obvious? Do you think it's a red herring? What do you think's going on that there's like no one else you're even considering?
So, in the respects of the archivist, I feel fairly confident, but it comes into question, say, for example, we know that this is a good piece of supplementary material for people who have experienced Twin Peaks. I think you and I might find it odd that someone outside of Twin Peaks would go into something such as this. But if someone
Agent
were
TP
to
does
exist,
entertain the idea.
But
Agent TP says that it could be someone, an outsider, seeing the town with fresh eyes.
I'm more so in the respect of someone picking up this book.
Oh, I thought you meant within the fiction. My bad.
That also is fitting. But
This seems to be aimed at core Twin Peaks fans.
this seems to be aimed at core Twin Peaks fans. If it's something in which someone starts with like a secret history of Twin Peaks, sees it on the wall, sees the cool designs, I think that there's still enough information and story that goes into here that might cause intrigue, that if someone were to reverse focus it out and find out its major breaks, that might be that sort of like climactic reveal. But I think that it's very, unless it's going to throw me through a loop, I think it's very plainly features major breaks, someone who's been involved with the space program, who has had information over space, has had points in which like he would report over space, some knowledge over aviation, has
I do
it keeps stacking.
I'm picking up on what you're saying. Last question I have on this is that if it does turn out to be Major Briggs, let's say you're right at the end of the day, would you be happy to be correct? Would you be happy because you think that's a good choice to make the archivist? Or would you be disappointed that it wasn't that good of a mystery because no one else was even possible?
I don't think that I perceive it in that stake. Like, the thing is that I understand where people come from whenever they're like trying to become correct. I don't know if I've made this statement on pod before, but for the most part, this is a sport for me. This is something that the actions inside of it, that I'm dealing with it and working out with my own brain and enjoying from it, that is going to be the core point of emotion that's going to lead me to that happiness note. If I do everything here, like I might for you, and just for those around, for the sake of just having fun, get an over-exaggerated, reaction, but for the most part, internally, I'm very just humbled in the sense of like, oh, neat. And then I move on to the next thing because, again, I want to keep working on this crossword of a mystery.
That's the question, though, is how important is it for this to be a hard mystery or a hard crossword or a hard sport, whatever terminology you want to use here? Because if there's no one else you're considering and then it turns out to just be this person, is that going to be kind of underwhelming for you?
Maybe, but overall, I know that right now the most overwhelming thing about this book is some of the Sam Stanley points. Is the point in which I see Roman numeral 2 pop up multiple times, where I see second is underlined on page 137, very notably, and then on 147, 10 pages later, something is underlined twice, one something and another something. Sure, maybe someone's just trying to make an emphasis on something, but it's weird the number 2 comes up so often. So much so that the only time that I saw like the number 1 come up in Roman numerals, like specifically Roman numerals, was with Andy's favorite book in the book house. And I was like, oh God, maybe I have to go especially in Trinket because this is the exception. Except now, at the end of the list is Hank Jennings' favorite book, and that one has the Roman numeral 2, in which now I'm wondering, how many Roman numeral 1s have I missed, or is that separate from that? Do I count this as 12, like if it was on a clock? Kalil, this is the most exciting part, if you will, and I can only emphasize that inside of my sheer sense of aggression.
Professor, what if it's just 2? Because Twin Peaks.
Maybe it is.
Duality. What if
Maybe
that's all it
is? But this sort of like statement emphasis, even if it is a dead end at the end of the day, even if like multiple instances are red herrings, it was never the sense of finding the conclusion for me. Yeah. It is the act of the chase.
So returning to overall general thoughts on this section, do you like this focus that gets shifted more to the characters of Twin Peaks, their histories, more that intimacy you're talking about? Do you like that more, less, about the same as you did part 1 when we're looking more at the history with like Lewis and Clark and the Chief and more different characters like that?
So I think that's going to come say, and we'll have larger discussions on this later. but it goes to say that there are multiple ways to read this book. Mostly because...
Usually you read left to right.
Usually. Except the final days of Laura Palmer, the secret of book in Japan, maybe. I don't know.
Maybe, yeah,
but regardless, like, jokes aside, this book has something in which it dangles continuity in your face in multiple ways. Not only in a sense that you might question a retcon, but you'll also question the intent behind it. In that same respect, that has me very excited on how to overall read these, because as far as conversations with you that I've had over even the responses of like Mark Frost to some of the material, I feel like there is almost an extra layer of a game that I get to interact with when it comes to the secrecy. But again, is it going to be a situation where like the person gets the wrong information because they're fallible humans inside of it? Is it something where this is an alternate reality? Is this something where things are just getting retconned and changed for whatever mystical reasons? It's something enough that there is a shaky foundation, but not in a way that I feel I'm going to fall. More so, the house itself is going to slide off of a hill.
That sounds bad.
And I've got to navigate it all the way down and see if I survive. And I like that. I really do like that.
I'm happy for you. So, okay, good. So overall, you are liking this section a bit more than the previous.
I'm liking it because it's taking us with these familiar scenarios, these familiar stories, and it's shaking things up so that now I'm off my rocker. Beforehand, I was seeing how well this could fit on an initial foundation. Now, I'm looking at it, okay, what are the broad strokes and what are the thin strokes? What is the emphasis onto the piece, and what are the small details that put it apart, and what do those say? I'm putting it in a very less of a put up a line and connect the dots format, and more so of an artistic palette on what are the intentions here. What does this line or this color say about this overall
Which again is such a dicey game for people like us who generally don't think that the author's intentions are the end-all be-all, but we are guessing still at them because there is so much here that leaves questions.
I think that that's just the entertainment value that comes from a point
if
of this.
you don't like that, then this is definitely not the book for you.
Nope,
this is
not.
This is a highly questionable book.
If you don't like things that are suddenly being like, hey, no, this is not that, don't look at this book. Just turn away now.
Just turn away. So, as far as my general thoughts, again, this is my second time reading the book. I like aspects of this more than the previous section. Other aspects I still am mixed about. So I am still generally on that mixed bag. I feel like so many internet commentators, and not saying all of them, but there's just a lot of the vocal ones.
Me.
They either love or hate something. And you know what? It's okay to feel mixed. It's okay to say that this thing is fine, and maybe in the middle for you. I don't love or hate this book, and this section's kind of more of the epitome of that. So I liked having more stuff with characters that I like. No duh. So like, I'm a Josie fan. I'm a Hank fan. I like hearing more about them because it's new stuff. Whether I think it's canon or not, whether I personally invested in every angle of it, it's just cool to get Josie content. It feels like some love has been given to this character. Same for Hank. I thought the Jacoby section is really good. You and I have expressed varying opinions about Jacoby, but I think we've always found him interesting. Maybe a terrible person, maybe not, but interesting. However, the continuity errors in this leave me very mixed and very suspicious because at the end of the day, it's like I said before, I might find it interesting, but am I enjoying it? Am I compelled by it? Not always. Sometimes I feel like I'm looking at it, I'm like, I see what you did there. That's a neat trick. And that's all I'm feeling. And I'm just kind of being led through retreading of things I've already heard before or felt before with a slight spin. And I'm just not really wondering. And kind of an overall aspect is the pacing and the flow. This feels kind of jumpy in a way where there's parts where I'm looking at this and I'm like, what does this have to do? Like, why is this here? Why did Mark Frost choose to put this in the book? Why did the archivist choose to put this here? This feels really meandering and out of focus in a way that I find to be kind of, at points, aimless and random. And that doesn't feel very tight. I would have, again, wanted maybe a better flow to it. Also, one more thing. I see your hands are up. One more thing. Agent TP's jumping in. Sometimes it's interesting. Sometimes it's annoying. Not the performer's fault. Not the performer's fault. But it's oftentimes it'll be like, this is just my opinion, but I think it is the spark of his ongoing friendship and affinity for the town of Twin Peaks that compelled Cooper to do this. Like, I don't want to be told what to think so much. I think it's an interesting idea to use her this way or use them this way. But when it comes to like the effect of it, it's like, I can reach my own conclusions. I don't want to be told what to think and feel.
Now, mind you, I think that as far as Agent TP is concerned, personally, I think that it is somewhat mixed on the result, if you will. The execution, I'm still okay with, but mostly because of what this book is. And we're getting less into like the very historical aspects in which like is like the vast amount like stories, and we're getting into very independent tales, likely where, say for example, the jumpiness is occurring. And I think that that's mainly going to be the foundation on something as we're getting close to present day and what can be physically archived, especially from the archivist's potential point of view and resources at the time. I think that that's almost fitting for the format. Do you think yourself that there is something with this format that is outright flawed, or do you think that there could have been a potential way to sort of like streamline it in a similar format to, say, for example, those historical points with Clark and
I think that it's not one simple solution to put a bow on it. I think my feelings on this book are rather complex.
Yes.
Not because I'm an intellectual with complex thoughts.
Yeah, you're not intellectual at all, are you?
Not at all. No.
Excuse yourself. Believe in yourself, Kalil, please.
But it's more the sense of I don't think it's very simple to unravel it. And look, writing is hard. Like, writing is really hard. As someone who likes to dabble in writing fiction now and then, and more often than not has ideas in the back of his brain for years that never actually work, I cannot imagine the amount of difficulty it takes to write a book like The Secret History of Twin Peaks. There are layers upon layers of things that are going on that would make this difficult. That doesn't mean that I think people should not criticize it, though. Just because writing is hard and criticizing's easy doesn't mean the criticism doesn't have value.
Yes.
It's just, I want to acknowledge first and foremost, I don't think Mark Frost is like a hack. I think he's a talented writer, but that doesn't mean that he's free from potential criticism that may be out there.
Yes.
I don't have a one-size-fits-all solution. When it comes to Agent TP, I think the main thing I'm looking for, because I like the idea of Agent TP and the archivist, I just wish there were more moments and more emphasis on where the archivist or Agent TP could be wrong to the listener, to the reader, in the sense of sometimes it feels like Agent TP is just an excuse for Mark Frost to tell us things, or the archivist. Really, where it's a pet peeve for me is when TP will be like, this is just me noting it, but this character seems a lot like this character in this previous story.
Yes.
And it's like, I get why in universe, if she's supposed to be making notes and reports, yes, she's going to be reporting these connections. But for the reading side, it's being told connections that are more fun for me to figure out on my own. I'll be reading something, I'll be like, ooh, cool, I think I got this figured out. It gets deflated when Agent TP tells me I'm right.
Now, I know you've been playing Legend of Zelda lately with a friend.
I was waiting for you to bring that up naturally. Yes, I am. Yes,
so
sure.
If I could bring this up, if you will, and just like consider if you haven't played Legend of Zelda, there's like still similar formats to various RPGs out there.
We're in Majora's Mask at the moment, yeah.
Yes. So in the respect, if I can take this book itself is a dungeon. The Archivist is a map, and Agent TP is the compass. You will not... The compass is directing you and just make sure you know where to go.
Without a compass.
And it already knows where the secrets are. If you read without Agent TP, which is an actual way to physically read the book. It's impossible with the audiobook. You just can't just like...
I'm not listening.
But you're physically able to take this adventure without the compass and just the map on its own.
And you actually wouldn't really lose much.
You wouldn't lose too much. It's just something that can help you navigate. It's just like, say, for example, how much during navigating this dungeon is that sort of like self-discovery and as opposed towards making sure people aren't missing out along the way. It's something which I think the physical book comes out over the audio book.
In this case.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously, as a fan of physical media and preservation, you're a little biased.
I am very extremely biased. Have you felt this book?
Full disclosure.
The perforations on it are amazing. That the triangles I mentioned before.
Professor,
I look closer.
Professor,
it's Owl Cave.
Professor,
that's Owl Cave.
I cut about 3 minutes of him ranting and raving about the book in the last episode, so he actually didn't talk about those triangles before. Don't worry about that. I did some cutting out of that.
I went into extensive detail. Feel the book if you can.
So, Agent TP, are you still leaning toward Annie? Do you have any other guesses? Do you think it's a new character or an old character?
I'm
Where
feeling
are you at?
the more that I end up seeing from her, like there's still a part of me that kind of almost like wants an Annie, or like seeing the interesting wave of continuity is wondering if like maybe this is alternate universe Annie. Ho 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 ho. But for the most part, I'm feeling out it's either A, a new character, or B, someone familiar enough with Dale Cooper where, like, the Dale Cooper information and the fandom of the Dale Cooper is something that becomes more emphasized. Because this person's a fan of Dale Cooper from the sounds of it. They make notes over when, like, Dale Cooper is, like, acknowledging things such as a cherry pie, if you will, and says, like, yeah, no, this is classic Dale Cooper. Where I'm just like, if you're not familiar and you're somehow a fan of this strange individual FBI man, is it from a result of where you work, where there's just a legend of Cooper, or is it someone with an affiliation such as Diane?
Well, we also know that Agent TP has access to all of Cooper's tapes as well as records.
Which was emphasized by Gordon Cole, though.
Right, but what I mean is that Agent TP could have read My Life, My Tapes, essentially, heard the tapes, and it's just more like, classic Cooper. The same way you or I would say classic Cooper, not because we know him personally.
No, maybe it's just because
Agent TP could just be a Twin Peaks fan, is what I'm getting at.
Maybe they are a big Twin Peaks fan. Maybe they are adding so much emphasis because they enjoyed this media from beforehand. Maybe it's because it's like this is active notes. We don't see much of emphasis. But my counterpoint into that is that other than like small bits of dialogue, there's not really much emphasis per se on like emotions towards the archivist in that same respect. Like that's either fandom or even deriding. For the most part, it seems like mild corrections, very professional mannerisms, with the exception of a Dale Cooper moment here or a quote from a movie there. So either a new character or someone we've noticed with Dale Cooper in the past. Could potentially be Annie in years in the future. I'm leaning a little bit more in the Diane field if it's someone substantial. But for the most part, the majority of this weird pie diagram is new character.
If you're looking for like female characters specifically associated with Dale Cooper,
what do you know?
You do get Diane, you do get Annie, you do get Audrey.
But for the most part, like people inside that field still would be very strange as well, because even with the male figures
you have to think about ages and where they're from, and
yeah, exactly. Like two individuals that come to mind immediately that we know are male that are working inside the field are Albert Rosenfeld and Gordon Cole. But if Gordon Cole is like, yes, I'm assigning myself this overall note. Here you go.
And then you have the question of, is it a red herring? Then the audio uses the feminine leaning voice.
Yes.
If it is Albert, like that does not sound like Albert. I will say also that kind of when I like Agent TP more, it's again where there's more of an opinionated side where you could disagree with Agent TP. They don't feel like they're just a stand-in for the author. Yeah. So the part where Agent TP is kind of pushing back against the stories or pushing against the archivist and saying like, you know what, sometimes an owl is just an owl. Like they kind of rationalize this idea that these kids at night could have just saw a big owl and that's all this is. So I do like the kind of rational side because I feel like a lot of readers and listeners wouldn't agree with Agent TP on that, which creates a nice friction and tension between you and the narrator, and I like that more.
It does, but I will also note that there are points inside the audiobook you have also missed, and that's in the respects of some more of the UFO sightings and so on, because that's not spoken verbally because of the format of
the pictures
overall notes,
and the documents.
like inside the documents, yes. Because most notably, number 18 is very likely, as they're paralleling inside of the dialogue, supposed to be Dougie Milford. Like Dougie Milford.
Oh, that's stated, yeah.
Yeah, it's stated verbally, but it doesn't go into the detail on the fact that he's actively swearing inside of the overall documents because they've had to like X out his mannerisms. So it's like going into like, okay, so for this unidentified flying object, like, how big was it? The size of a fucking house. Like, that is emphasized
The
there.
size of a house. Yeah.
But still,
So with all this alien content, we do get more Dougie alien stuff, mostly at the beginning of this particular section, before it pivots into the more personal lives in Twin Peaks. We do kind of get a nice introduction to almost both elements overlapping with a Jennings incident happening in Twin Peaks involving a UFO being pursued by a jet, and the witness on the ground is one of the Jennings heritage peoples.
Ah, yes, the Jennings family. A last name we've never heard before. A last name and family heritage in which we have no involvement or idea on who could be connected to who in Twin Peaks. Yes, the Jennings.
So Dougie happens to know maybe a bit more than we do then in that case, because Dougie knew this particular Jennings iteration well since childhood. He had listened to the story of, I wouldn't call them friends, but acquaintances, over the years. And then he kind of just turns to him in the bar and he's like, you know what? That's a really nice story. It'd be a shame if something were to happen to you or your family. You probably should not tell anyone about this. And then just kind of checked him off the list. So it is interesting kind of Dougie's portrayal here. Again, not being fully evil, not being fully good, being very questionable, of going to his hometown, talking to someone he grew up with and knew, having a friendly chat, but very clearly warning him bad things could happen to you if you talk too much about this. And it is kind of like semi-official business.
I mean, that's the sort of style that we saw in the prior section of the book as well, in which it seemed like Dougie Milford as a character made a mild threat of someone, especially on their children, and said, this might be a bad idea. So keep that in mind.
But at the same time, maybe he said it in the tone of a friend warning a friend. Maybe it wasn't so menacing.
Okay, say to me, not menacing.
Hey, Professor, that's a really cool story that you told me yesterday about the alien thing. I am kind of worried, though, that sometimes I hear of people who, have those sort of experiences with the UFOs or aliens, and like things happen to them and their family, and I'm a little worried that could happen to you if you aren't careful, because I know that word gets around in this town pretty fast.
So, okay.
How threatened do you feel right now?
Now, here's two things I have to posit. One, do you feel that is the verbiage used by Dougie Milford?
No, I don't swear.
For number two, how much do you think that matches the tone of a Dougie Milford?
No. I'm just saying it could be done. Look, I'm throwing around ideas.
I just don't think he's the type of person to be able to.
I don't think so.
He's menacing even when he's being playful.
It was a quiet intimidation, enough to get the point across, I'm sure.
By the way, I felt about, 2 threatening out of 5, so it's not a complete one in which, I'm calmed down, but still, I'm cautious about your intent.
That's fair enough. We do find out also more reason to be cautious about the intent of the Jennings family in general, recurring obviously with Hank in the future, but we learn that the Jennings family has a history of being ne'er-do-wells. There's just this consistent idea in a lot of Twin Peaks media, especially in this book and especially in the Access Guide, where you just can't escape family history, that the Horns have always burned down their competitors, and the Renaults have always run illegal substances through Canada, and the Jennings have also been local criminals. There's just this trend where very rarely do they break away, and even in this book, sometimes it even reinforces the trends of history more than the Access Guide, where it'll change someone's parents to be more like them and allow less differences.
Now watch me bite my tongue as soon as the return comes around. But when I consider all these situations with familiar ties and how that impacts their overall lives and how they end up falling into similar pitfalls, James is a weirdo. He still has the overall curse his family has for the respects of horrible things happen to him. But for the most part, he's far more traveled, adventurous than it seems like his overall family. So what do you think? Is.
Do you think James will show up in the return?
I think James will show up in the return.
Okay. What do you think James will be like?
A motorcycle god. He will ascend down with flapping wings of wheels and...
I cannot confirm nor deny. cannot say anymore.
No, I think that he's going to come back around. I think that there's going to be something that causes people to return and attracts people as if Laura Palmer were a magnet at the center of the world.
Okay. So you think James will come back very different from Ed and Nadine and, by all accounts, any of his parents that we know about?
Yeah.
Because we don't know much about his biological parentage very much.
We get some mild tastings.
Little bit here and there.
If you read it as a broad line, you do.
Also, just a random note, around the time that the Jennings sighting happened when Dougie was visiting, the pattern started to form that UFOs were just being sighted around nuclear silos. Make of that what you will.
Oh, yeah, especially with the prior section in which was talking about, nuclear waste being dumped out, if you will, affecting nature. The usual bastardization of nature and the overall ill intent from humanity. Never a theme when it comes down to this lot business.
I agree with you, Professor. So there's an incident involving missing children in Twin Peaks that's rather curious. Dougie had felt compelled to go to a plateau in the Ghostwood Pearl Lakes area, and he experienced some weird things while there. Dougie feeling that all of a sudden this fall day had turned into night. There was amazing, bizarre patterns of lights in the sky, and the source appears to be a UFO, although there's an interesting part where Agent TP suspects it may not have been a UFO. Dougie's just biased because, of course, Dougie's looking for UFOs.
Yes.
Could very well be bias here. But at this time, Dougie notices 2 boys and a girl around 7 and 8 looking up at it as well. Suddenly, the UFO there's a flash, and then the UFO is gone, and so are the children. And we do get a follow-up about this featured through, I believe it was Robert Jacoby's article, right?
Yes, I do believe that it was Robert Jacoby's article that mentions the specific incident that occurred, especially considering, these children who are meant to be unnamed, we will not mention their name whatsoever.
Although the names are definitely given.
The names are not given by him, though.
No.
That's by the archivist, in which, has connections and so on. But in this case, it's they were not giving names. Overall, it seems that everyone's okay. They end up getting, hydrated. They got everyone back. They're great to be back home. But they only experienced, an hour or so. And it's been, was it days?
Yeah, at least one day, because they were surprised when it was Tuesday. So, it's been at least a day. Time works weird in Twin Peaks. We've said it before. This is just part of the deal, right?
Whatever your silver circle in the middle of the woods that's the size of a fucking house causes you to go into Tuesday. It's just, the vibe of nature while you're out in the Twin Peaks.
So the main child that gets focused upon more than the other 2 a bit is Margaret Colson.
Yes. She gets more note onto it, especially inside of this book in quantity of text-wise. My brain is focusing on a different one, but let's start with Margaret Colson.
So what do you think of Margaret Colson as being one of the kids?
Margaret Colson as an individual being focused on is something I find heavily humorous.
Okay.
Mostly because of mythical encounters of I forgot the number kind. The second kind, we'll call it, because the number 2's all over the place.
Close encounters of the third kind.
There we go. It's close anyway. You end up having this character who's very mystically tied to Twin Peaks, have this overall instance within Twin Peaks, and then seems somewhat haunted and kind of lingers in the background inside Twin Peaks, never really leaving Twin Peaks for whatever reason. The fact that I don't know whether or not these 3 people were sought after, or if they were just all in the woods for some reason, or were just hanging out. It's just
and this
generally
does match up with the timeline from what we can tell, because I don't know if you remember the episode, but the log lady, right?
Yes.
The log lady does reveal that she has the markings of those 3 triangles on her body. And it is something that it wasn't ever a hole in the plot, but it is something that could have been explored more and just wasn't too much. It just kind of moved on. But this does match up that something weird would happen to her to give her those markings when she was a kid.
Yeah.
It matches up with her character. I don't see any concerns there that it doesn't fit. This could have happened, yeah.
It's the common branding that we see. We saw it on Major Breaks. We saw it on these individuals. We can assume potentially Annie has it and potentially Cooper has it, but we haven't seen them on them. So the outright intention on this quote-unquote branding or side effect of being within this realm, what is it to say? But this overall specific encounter and just the overall youth of these characters and them wandering out, there's a curiosity on what led to what,
And even though it's possible for one child to have a wild imagination and make something up a little bit more than it is.
It's hard to have 3 people all there at once.
3 all at once have a similar story and similar oddities of not knowing what time it is, and then having Margaret Colson making this strange comment to the doctor asking if the owl was coming back.
Which is a very notable thing because Twin Peaks is known for its
doctors.
Exactly.
Dr. Jacoby,
Specifically
Dr. Hayward.
But But I would also posit forward, just because I'm one to always add an asterisk to things whenever it comes to memory. We have piles of meat inside of our head. If one says something convincing enough to another person in an act that is very emotionally unstable, one can convince themselves enough events to alter memories.
Well, Agent TP...
I'm just going to take from the weird fiction that we've already seen the strange man dancing in the middle of the Chevron room, that likely this is a reality.
Yeah. Do you take it to be an alien reality or take it to be a lodge reality, or are those two the same thing? Do you
Alien to us, maybe not extraterrestrial. Like, the answers are in the stars. But
extra-dimensional?
Eldritch.
Okay.
More so, I find a lot of the compelling nature that comes from these overall beings and creatures and what is being caused for lies so much in the unknown, but almost emotionally tied to the interactions of the world around them, that it's hard to believe in an absolute alien situation where just something that existed on its own far off to just come here. I think that everything ties itself emotionally and horrifyingly thanks to the actions of the people who were here beforehand. Whether you go into that magical nature or not, I put it into mysticism more than I do science fiction.
Agent TP also does offer a fairly interesting rebuttal of the idea of this alien supernatural side, that it could be a masking memory, right? The idea that something traumatic had happened out in the woods, and the way that their brains rationalized it was to mask it over with something else. It could be covering up for something else. And obviously there's a lot we could dive into involving how that could relate to the Palmer family. We've had conversations in the past episodes about the possibility of Bob not even being supernatural. What if it's just a shared traumatic image that Laura, her mom, and father kind of invent? Because it's easier to think about a demon possessing someone than a father doing that to his own family.
Yes.
So could be that this is a mask for some other kind of trauma that doesn't explain the time issue and that doesn't explain the marking, but it does have a potential weight to that. I like that Agent TB brought that up.
Mm-hmm. No, it is something where you then can question further on how much the archivist up to that point was constantly sort of like trying to make you doubt things, that at this one portion of potential doubt, I feel like that's when you kind of like get to your senses and become more reserved onto it, because not only with experience with Twin Peaks on how this unnatural thing comes through, but also what is the archivist's gain here? What is the archivist going into? And some of that, I feel personally, deals with alterations to a project that we will be getting to in a little bit. Let's take care of these children first. We'll drop them off at daycare.
That sounds so menacing. Let's take care
I said drop them off at daycare. That's why I followed up with
What's
this.
daycare for? A euphemism of volcano? Just drop them in this volcano?
If the daycare is in the volcano, sure. But
step into the hot seat, Billy. Anyway.
But it wasn't too shortly after the overall reports of the children that something came up. The children, mind you.
There's a third one still.
There's the third one. There's also a second one, but
who cares about that? I have nothing to say on that one.
That's the second one is a very notable name. You could Sam Stanley your way.
Sure.
I'm thinking about Sam Stanley my way.
But when
through
two of the three are legitimate characters in Twin Peaks.
Yes, because one of them has to fix my damn heater.
So when you heard the name Carl Rod, did you recognize it right away?
Yes.
Okay. You've mentioned before that names are not always your...
I know it's not my forte, but at the very least, they accompany it with a photo.
Oh, the photos, I didn't see the photo.
Inside of it. So can I identify this man by name,
it's
by
Harry Dean
place, and
Stanton.
also by the point in which he says that it goes off to a trailer park? Yes, I got that.
So
nice.
This one's kind of weird. I wouldn't call it a retcon, which is a buzzword we're going to throw around a lot here. I wouldn't call it that, though, but it is kind of weird because I don't know if there was an opening already. There was no reason that this character who lived outside of the town of Twin Peaks, who was this random kind of gruff manager of a trailer park, that he would be a child in Twin Peaks who would have been involved in this. It feels very, like, random. What do you think of this use of the character?
So, I'm in this sort of like mixed pile right now. I lean towards positive, but I'm still in the mixed pile at the moment. Mostly because the existence of this character inside of a place where the reaches of Twin Peaks are at, to say that someone got away but is not completely away, there's something compelling about that.
Yeah.
There's something compelling in which, like, even if you move away from this moment of, like, childlike trauma and you try to make a life for yourself, like, you can't fully get away. We went through with familial, but this is now environmental. This is the world around you. So I find that portion compelling. What becomes less compelling is more so where these fonts are. Like, I always kind of like, if you counted it in the aspect of like city, town, village, like Twin Peaks is the capital of weird stuff. And I thought Deerwood Meadows was just a nice little like small town situation.
You're still getting the name wrong. It's Deerwood Meadow.
It's close enough.
There's only one meadow. You just want it to be Twin Peaks, Deerwood Meadows. There's only one. I feel like that's on purpose.
I'm not doing it on purpose.
Anyway, I get what you're saying, and it's just kind of weird because like they can do whatever they want with Dougie. Like Mark Frost can make Dougie Man in Black, crazy agent.
He's already here. Why are you bringing poor Carl Rudd in? He's been through enough.
It really is that way though, where it's like they can do whatever they want with Dougie, and I'm fine with it. I'm willing to accept it. But Carl Rudd living in a different town. Specifically Twin Peaks. If he would have grew up in anywhere
lives
else,
only in one town their whole life.
It's because it makes everything about the town of Twin Peaks feel so small at a certain point.
I think
that's one of the things I don't like is when making Carl Rudd grow up in Twin Peaks makes it feel like another character from Twin Peaks. It's okay to have a character matter that doesn't live in Twin Peaks and never lived in Twin Peaks. Carl Rudd does not have to be there.
Might I pause it for a word?
No. Denied.
Agent Cooper didn't live in Twin Peaks. He was just attracted to
He
there.
wanted to buy property there.
He wanted to buy property, but...
Property.
But I do get that assessment.
Yeah, it's not a huge deal. It's not a make or break. It's just kind of a curiosity to me.
It's a curiosity to me. I think what makes it even more of a curiosity for me, myself, is the follow-up with it, in which, like, it goes through, like, Carl's history, how he was involved with, if I'm not mistaken, the military for a little bit of time, ended up coming back over...
The Coast Guard.
The Coast Guard, thank you. And ended up, like, taking over the overall trailer park. But the thing is that there are nice qualities said about Carl Rudd, in which I wonder if
he's sensitive, caring, generous. Is
all
that the
qualities that I would say for the man with notes covering his door, and also the angry person who walks around the corner and says, "Carl Rudd, fix my furnace, Carl Rudd."
Here's the question: as we bump into one of the first of our situations of things being changed, this one not necessarily being like a clear continuity error, but it does feel like a tone change. Do you think this is the same Carl Rudd that was in Fire Walk with Me? Again, that Carl Rudd never was indicated to live in Twin Peaks. No evidence either way. And he did not necessarily seem to be a caring, generous, sensitive soul. We also didn't know the guy. So it's all possible, but I don't think those are the words we would have immediately leapt with.
As all the evidence shows from what we've seen inside of it, it seems either A, like a different character, or B, someone talking on Carl Rudd's behalf, or Carl Rudd himself saying like, "Oh yeah, you know, people call me this and that," because at the end of the day, he's still got a business to run. If there's a point in which like this bad information gets through, or it makes him seem unreliable or anything like that, it's going to be a situation that's just going to be poor from. Then again, I don't see many situations other than like the literal scandals that happen, in which like a person's individual character is too hardly questioned inside the secret history. With that also being said, there is potential that this is a broad line situation where there's a mild difference thanks to something that happened that could make a difference in the character. So in this case, I'm keeping it in the realm of we are being hijacked by someone, that this is like false information. Can you use the word
hijacked like that?
But I'm doing it anyway. I don't care about
your
rules of convention. Hoodwinked, sure.
Or do you mean hijacked? Because you've kind of combined them into a Scooby-Doo approved terminology.
I've been Scooby-Doo approved into this situation where this is unreliable information, and this is still talking about the same Carl Rudd. Mostly because I'm looking at people who are involved with this place and are oftentimes left haunted. Because the counter argument could say that this was the butterfly effect that if he was in this situation, maybe things turned out better for him. I really doubt many things turn out better for people when they have these encounters.
This is going to be that recurring idea of, is there another alternate dimension going on here? This is a weird example where it's not outright a change. Like, there's nothing contradicting the guy from Fire Walk With Me could have been this way.
Could have been this way, or someone said that he was this way.
But it reads a little weird. It reads a little unclear of what is going on here.
How reliable are our sources and our narrator from what we have physically seen? Yeah.
Last of the UFO stuff is Project Grudge. So Project Sign produced this document saying that, yep, there seems to be aliens.
There seems to be aliens. It keeps moving up. There seems to be aliens. There seems to be aliens. There seems to be aliens. Reaches the top. No.
Nope.
And then just like slaps it straight down, puts up a mission that's almost completely the same, but with the express goal of disproving everything that they end up
seeing. And
to
destroy all the copies of that report.
Yep.
So, again, if you want to be a skeptic like Agent TP, you could say, it's awfully convenient that report was destroyed, so we'll never know if it existed or not. Like, it's easy to say this never actually happened because the only reason the copies were quote-unquote destroyed is because they never existed, you crazy people. But then, if you believe in it, you could also say, yeah, this was a thing, the government hid it, sucks. So, like, it kind of works both ways. The documents either were destroyed or never existed, and both readings, I think, are entertained.
I feel like there's a lot in this book that is just putting one's hand out, tilting it and their head and saying, you could say.
Yeah, that's what this book is doing. They also do a little bit of lip service to the Majestic 12, the MJ-12, which I know a little bit of that conspiracy stuff from the anime Serial Experiments Lane, which delves a little bit into that sort of thing. But that's brought up that while Project Grudge was more public, so to speak, behind the scenes, President Truman was still aware of a group looking into what's really going on. There was still a search for that. It's just becoming more hidden, more murky. And then there's the question, is President Truman more Freemason, or is he more Illuminati, or is he neither? Because it feels like there's an impulse in me with this book to assume that most presidents are one or the other, just based on the way it talked about TJ Maxx, and it talked about TJ Maxx Jr., a.k.a. Lewis.
Freemanati.
It makes me think. It makes me wonder which one Truman's side.
Masons. Illumination. Oh my God, Kalil! I think I found them. They've been making the Minions movies all along.
There's also the question, like, which side in faction okayed the atomic bomb in the United States, the Illuminati or the Freemasons? A lot of questions you could raise if we are going to take this to be continuing into the 1900s. We'll see if anything more pops up in part 3. So, most of the rest of the book is dedicated to characters in Twin Peaks and going through their histories, some of which we've already heard before, but are getting different versions of it, and some of which is new content for us. So, kind of just starting off here with the Bookhouse Boys, we learn a potential origin for them, that during World War II, a mobilized group of young people were inspired by propaganda films and national pride to start what they called the Citizens Brigade. So, again, whether you consider this a retcon or a change, Access Guide seemed to suggest something, the show seemed to suggest something. Now we're getting a third iteration of where do the Bookhouse Boys come from? Well, it turns out they're from the Citizens Brigade, and they're only like 1 or 2 or 3 generations deep into the 1900s.
How much can these overlap? How many of these contradict?
So this isn't some like ancient order from the 1800s. The Citizens Brigade started in 1940s and then became the Bookhouse Boys later.
Now, also, we could also pause it forward. How much of this situations like inside the 1800s, how much of that was true information, or how much did someone could have potentially made myth lore for themselves, and so on, in order to make things seem grander. Like, again, like there's so many like human situations I can like throw this through that it almost feels like sometimes I become too apologistic.
And this is something where I remember before, I think it was the Access Guide identifying Harry Truman and Ed and that group as the original Bookhouse Boys. And you and I picked at that language a bit because wouldn't the original Bookhouse Boys be in the past?
Yep.
Like we had a little picking point. And here, Robert Jacoby, when he's reporting, he says that the first generation of the Bookhouse Boys is Sheriff Frederick Truman and that generation from World War II. So, you know, take whichever one you want to believe, I guess.
Whatever you want to believe. I'm still surprised. Like, forgive me if I'm mistaken, but I don't recall at any point in the show where, like, Truman brings up he's got, like, a brother?
No, it
Like-
is not brought up
Like,
at all.
not at all?
Not a thing anywhere at all.
So, inside of...
He has Frank now.
He is Frank now. Like, Frank Truman, famous Twin Peaks character, Frank Truman.
He's frankly true.
Frankly True is inside of this, is involved with certain actions, but as far as I'm concerned, who is Frank?
Yeah. He seems really inserted, doesn't he?
The most we can get from him is that there is, for the Bookhouse Boys, there actually is a nice little page that shows off everyone's favorite book. By the way, Andy's is numeral 1, and Hank is Roman numeral 2.
Okay.
But still, they're numbered off otherwise.
Uh-huh.
But one of them, Frank Truman's, his favorite book is The Angle of Repose by Wallace Stegner.
Okay.
As the good old Wikipedia's puts it, it is about Lyman Ward, who is a wheelchair-using historian who has lost connection with her son and living family and decides to write about his frontier-era grandparents.
And this is for Harry, you said?
No, this is for Frank.
This is for Frank.
Frank Truman.
So if we were to try to, extrapolate guesses, so likes frontier stories, interested kind of more in the past, the good old days. Beyond that, who's to say? These sound like that's a pretty common American rural boy book. It just sounds, you know what I mean? It just sounds like the makings of that. Could have been Louis L'Amour westerns, and it just turned out to be this instead.
Now, mind you, I still think that some of these books are very, match-worthy with the individuals that it comes to. Like, some very notable ones are Harry Truman. His favorite book is To Kill a Mockingbird by Harper Lee.
Justice.
Dale Cooper's favorite book is the official report of the President's Commission on the Assassination of President John F. Kennedy, which was presented by the Warren Commission Report.
So lies.
Toad is known for the R. Crumb sketchbook from 1974 to 1978.
What is it sketching?
R. Crumb sketchbook.
Sketching crumbs?
It's R. Crumb. The person's name is R. Crumb. Robert Crumb is a comic artist, if you will.
Oh, okay.
So it seems like more so sketches of this overall comic artist and his ability. It looks like he's done some extremely detailed looking pieces of art. I'll turn around the computer and just tell me about 3 words you use to describe this face right here on the Crumb website.
Mr. Crocker. Dehydrated. Intense.
Yep, that is how you describe the self-portrait of Robert Crumb. And I can't really argue against that point. But still, I think that there's some adorable details here, some details that I think can match up. James' favorite book is Charlotte's Web, by the way. He's
and
a
the book does
boy.
acknowledge that outside the picture, too.
My favorite one, though, is probably... I know I'm getting a little bit too far, admittedly, but still, while we're at the books, I'm going to enjoy the books.
While we're at the books in the Bookhouse Boys.
Two are notable as my favorite. One is Lucy, because it's included because she buys all the books. Apparently, the Bookhouse Boys don't get their own books.
Yeah.
Lucy acquires the books, and she
They don't do anything. The Bookhouse Boys don't do anything. They don't even buy their own books.
The Stand by Stephen King is her favorite book.
Okay.
And Ed is my favorite, mostly because Ed's favorite is Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance.
I've read that book.
By Robert N. Fursick. You know why it's my favorite? Because in parentheses, it says, read it 5 times. Next time, I think I'm really going to figure it out.
Yeah, that sounds like Ed.
His favorite book is something that he can't figure out, but he wants to. And he's actively pursuing.
No, I can understand that.
Very fitting for the character, but still an extra bit of flavor that's absent from the rest of the characters.
No, I've actually received that book upon recommendation. Someone had told me about it, and having read it myself, I can kind of understand where Ed's coming from. It's a book you're meant to reread and reprocess.
The most suspicious one is Hank's book, which is Double Indemnity, a novel by James M. Cain.
Which is made into a movie.
Which is made into a movie, yes, that you want to see. I'm going to say that this book looks very tattered, and it deals with crime.
We are told that Hank has a very good sense of, appreciation for American literature. We are given some specific points of authors he likes and doesn't like. So he has a rather interesting, cultivated taste. He might be the biggest reader of this group.
So to have these overall takes and tastes.
It's probably tattered because he read it a lot.
No, absolutely. That makes sense. Having it tattered, it makes sense. And it's a nice sort of visual commentary that's absent from the rest of the books. But what I still do enjoy that his favorite book is a bit of exciting fiction over the noir scene, if you will.
Noir, yep.
Yep. And I don't know. I think that there's nice flavor, but that also just brings me back to Frank Truman. Frank Truman, I need to uncover what you're all about, and I'm afraid that Angle of Repose by Wallace Stegner is going to lead me crazy.
Okay.
Putting up this like facade of a person. Is there much information you get off of Frank from this book, or is it just more so Frank exists? Because that's
From this section so far?
from this section so far.
I don't have much to add on Frank Truman.
That's the thing that gets me. The presence of a character, maybe that's why he's so unknown, is because what's to say about Frank? But I think the absence of content is as significant to me as the presence of content.
Okay. Interesting.
So that's what's on my mind with the Bookhouse Boys.
I keep ranting and raving about the Bookhouse Boys don't do anything, and like I did come to terms with my own beliefs, and maybe I feel that way, maybe I don't. Part of it's wild reactions out of frustration of what they could have tried to help and prevent. But what I will say that kind of adds fuel to the fire that I thought was interesting is there's a note being made that some say the greatest achievement of the Bookhouse Boys was when they filled up the Twin Peaks high school football team. And I'm just like, wait, their best achievement was high school football?
Their best achievement, well, apparently it's a small town.
Now, to be fair...
And, like, again, the book from the Welcome to Twin Peaks Access Guide literally goes crazy about, like, yes, the greatest day in all sports, this one football game.
It's just unclear how secret this organization is. Like, does everyone in town know who the Bookhouse Boys are? Like, is it public that Ed is a member of the Bookhouse Boys? Do they know that? Or is this, like, a secret club or not? I don't know, because like maybe the reason that the football seems to be their biggest achievement is because their real important things that save people and help people from the darkness, they're secret. That's the best I could possibly give, but I have zero evidence of this. All we have is when Ed wore that stupid mustache and went to the casino. I just don't got enough to go with here.
And you also have to question whether or not maybe it's also the tone. If someone says this is the most important thing, are they being completely honest and serious about that? Like, again, I believe it because thanks to the Access Guide on how much of a great emphasis this mighty football game gave. But on the same notion, I can also hear someone saying, yeah, and the greatest thing that these people did, they fight against evil and so on, is fill up a football team.
Yeah, it's questioning tone. It's definitely, it's not said in the audiobook in a sort of sarcastic way.
Yes.
So who knows? Hank Jennings, get a lot of information about Hank in this particular book. More background on his life, that his mother worked at the Double R Diner for over 3 decades. So that explain kind of his connection to the diner. And it's kind of believed that he might have ended up coming into crime or at least falling off the track earlier if it hadn't been for football, that throughout high school it was an outlet for him to get rid of some of his aggression, but then also was something that gave him a reputation. People liked him because of it.
Yes.
It was kind of a way to be socially accepted.
Yes.
And Hank Jennings had worked with the Renault family, with Jacques, to basically have him lose the football game on purpose for mutual benefit.
Yes, it would seem that for the most part, like this person who, overall by a foundation, socially and working with other individuals, being invited into the Bookhouse Boys, the most up and up he's been able to get through. Unfortunately, the seeds of crime, especially like the affiliations, likely that deal also with family, just because there seems to be like debts that need to be paid and so on. Hank needs to overall save up money and trying to get those things all sorted. The fact that the Renault family's reach and how they're able to overall interact with all sorts of facets. One notable time inside of it, like, apparently, again, football is amazing in Twin Peaks, apparently. Football is very important in Twin Peaks. And I put this huge amount of emphasis forward because, for some reason, to Jean's ears, hearing that, knowing Hank is in his position...
You mean Jacques, right?
Jacques, thank you. Jacques is just being told a situation where it's like, hey, you throw this game, I can set some money your way. Like, having that power and control to just, like, ruin these things, not only is it just, like, a high for him, but also noticeably, this is where Hank's life kind of descends into that crime area.
He saw something in Hank. He saw something that if he could work with Hank on this sort of deal. They might have future deals in the long run. So for Jacques Renault, it was very beneficial. He got to bet against this team that everyone assumed was going to win, make a quick buck out of that, throw a nice new set of wheels over Hank's direction, and recruit possibly a lifetime business partner.
Because he continues to descend and fall down, because we've heard about there was a reaction with Hank and how Hank ended up falling into a descent and things went horrible for Hank. All the good things that seemed to be inside of Hank's life when he made this mistake went out when it seems Truman decked and
he went after him.
Yep, went after him.
Harry
physically.
Truman had to be pulled off.
Yes.
Hank, because apparently he was about the point of possibly like beating Hank to death. And we had to have Ed and his brother Frank Truman pull him off to make sure that he didn't do that.
Now, mind you, they were young. This is something in which, like, also people are very passionate about.
Yeah.
Very clearly
I didn't
passionate
try to-
about. Fleets of fancy are, when it comes to things such as this, these are important to them and very important.
think it's
and
also
it could
that
mean
they-
the world to them, especially growing out of college. But the thing is also, I can't help but also take a step back in the most probably maybe absent of emotion. Maybe that's my fault. But absent of emotion and kind of looking at it as like, you're pushing this guy who was your friend away during this mistake.
Yeah.
And so hard that I kind of also shunt a bit of blame over to like their
Harry.
court as well.
Harry specifically.
Harry
From what we're
specifically.
told, I mean,
From that, what we're told, yes, but still, there's more than just Harry inside the Bookhouse Boys. You're telling me that no one else, that the creed of the Bookhouse Boys staying together meant that there's an absolute absence of communication out to Hank.
Well-
I think that there's still also, in the sake of like not following up with Hank from these people that call themselves brothers, these Bookhouse Boys.
yeah.
I think that there's still a little fault there. Again, especially Truman, but I think that there still is a fault within the Bookhouse Boys.
I agree with you. I want to preface all this saying I agree with you. However, what I also want to throw into the picture too is that my brain was going to the idea that maybe the reason he did attack him with such ferocity is because of the closeness he felt, and that deepened the betrayal. So I almost imagine it's a scenario, and again, a lot of it is imagining. You have to fill the blanks in for yourself as a reader, is that Harry felt so connected and close to Hank and trusted him so much that to do this was such a betrayal that affected him so emotionally that the only way he knew how to express it was through this sort of violence. That I almost imagine it was an outburst that was all of these connections and closeness being burned up at once. So again, it doesn't justify what Harry's doing at all.
No.
It doesn't justify what the group is doing, but I almost wonder if the reason it was so impassioned isn't because they weren't close, but because they were close.
Yes.
And that sense of betrayal. And there's oftentimes that'll happen in life where you'll have a close-knit group, someone acts out of line, and the rest of the group, in order to maintain itself, just shunts that person away. And it's unfortunate, it's tragic, and in this particular case, I mean, this football match was their lives, and it was such a huge deal to them. I understand it, but in the process, I think that the damage they did to Hank was almost irreparable.
There is something that can be said from this situation to use Twin Peaks parallels for, as crime sort of like seep through, as that overall oil was being spread, this crude motor oil is being spread across the floor. Between the two separate sparks of both sides of these parties being set aflame, a bridge could not be repaired inside of a inferno. There was an active fire inside of this relationship until things completely burned off and burnt away. We don't see that too much inside of the show itself, and I kind of like reading off into this side bit of history because I can almost see this could be potentially either Truman being especially proud or Truman being especially reserved onto it.
It leaves some openness.
Which
I think
I
that
find tantalizing.
the only other way to do that would be if the actor would be able to balance out those two possibilities with their expressions.
Yes.
And their tone. You know, you and I have both expressed different points, wishes about Twin Peaks. You know, you had, while watching the show, you had wanted there to be and expected there to be some flashback episodes that didn't happen. And then I had talked before about how I wish they would have done more with the Bookhouse Boys in season 2. This is kind of a little bit of both of us getting what we want, in the sense of this is flashbacks on the Bookhouse Boys that I think adds more depth to Hank and adds more depth to Harry.
Yes,
I think
absolutely.
it's just beneficial for both characters. I do think this is where, again, you know, questioning the narrators is important. Cooper is the one writing a lot of these reports, right? We find out that he's writing stuff on Andrew Packard, and apparently Cooper suggests that Hank is like a sociopath who imitates emotions. We get that, and I find it very curious because do we read that as Hank is like that? He is sociopathic. He is imitating his emotions. He doesn't really love Norma. He's pretending to get his way. We've speculated in the past. Or is Cooper misjudging him and kind of just assuming that someone who's this way, they must be a sociopath?
I think it's important to say, I do genuinely think Hank puts on a face, Hank puts on a facade. I do think that he wears it inside of a fashion that Cooper can compare these individuals, mostly because with his upbringing and the family that he's had to see day in and day out, whether it is his crime family or his biological family, for the most part, facades were kind of the game, making sure that either you can get away with the things you need to, or if it's going to be something where you're working with someone and you've got to put on a smile whether you like the work or not, because at this point you're in way too deep. I think what is notable is how Hank closes inside of it, which I do really like from this book, where Hank ends up saying that he's guilty and coming up before a trial and admitting towards that, getting 25 years in prison, and with a final note towards Norma.
Well, he got sentenced 25 years. He's only made it 3.
He's only made 3. But still.
He got stabbed and killed at 3 years in.
He got stabbed and killed. Gotcha.
Yeah, no, that he was sentenced to 25 years, but then 3 years into the term, he was stabbed by a distant cousin of the Renault family.
That's...
Did you miss that part?
I suppose I missed that part.
Which, the reason I find that funny, though, is that means there's more Renaults.
There's always more Renaults.
Always...
There's always more Renaults, but just so we're not going too far from the point, it's the letter he leaves Norma.
Yes.
And that's literally caps itself off, admitting towards his faults, admitting his overall flaws. It's something in which, like, it's not saying, like, calling back or, like, please forgive me or anything like that.
He says he can't. Like, he says he doesn't have the right to ask for forgiveness.
He doesn't have right for that, and he just simply says 3 times, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, almost in a very, like, repetitive fashion where you could almost, like, emulate someone who is just crying out in a very literal fashion, where it's just the comfort and repetition, but also the understanding of what's going down. At the end of the day, do I believe and am I compelled by it? Judging by overall Hank's, like, reactions inside of what's inside the secret history of Twin Peaks, I can be compelled to say, yeah, no,
I believe him.
I believe him too. And that's where that side is just not as emphasized inside of, say, for example, Cooper's reports, either A, because Hank has to keep up this overall stance in order to be in the line of work he is. Not to mention, I wonder how much also fuel do we put to the fire with his closeness with Truman as well.
I was thinking the exact same thing. That's what I was going to butt in earlier, but I feel like Cooper's too close to Harry to look at this as the situation is. And I also think there might be part of Cooper, this is a might, there might be part of Cooper who thinks of things too much in terms of a black and white binary, that he may not be able to see the possibility that Hank deep down does have some humanity and care, whereas it's just easier almost to detach and think that Hank is nothing but a cold criminal. It might be almost easier for Cooper's mind to process Hank as an extension of evil. Because we know, at least if we go by my tapes, that Cooper does seem to view this sort of evil in the world that just possesses people. And given his experience with the Wyndham Earl, and he's seen that kind of evil firsthand, I don't know if he's able to rationalize and accept the idea that someone could deep down know they're wrong, love their wife, feel like an absolute piece of garbage, but do it anyway because they don't know how to not. They don't know how to stop. And they're in too deep at this point with the Renault family that if they try to back out, or back out with Ben, or back out with Leo, or back out with these people, these are dangerous people.
Yep.
So the only way to secure that you're going to be fine is to make your blood oaths, to keep going. You're already down that path. You got the ball, you got to score the touchdown. And it just makes me wonder, you know, if maybe Cooper and Harry never were able to really understand that. There's a lot of stuff in this book also about Norma, Nadine and Ed,
Yes.
Obviously, Hank is involved with this. Nadine's involved with this.
Yes.
And we get kind of a cross between Cooper's account, but also Hawk's account. And I don't have a lot to say about all of these events. Some of it's stuff we've heard of before. Some of it is different from the accounts we've heard before. I'll have more to say when we get to continuity. But it does go on for a substantial amount about the intersecting lives and drama of these mainly 2, but also 4 people.
Which intersect interlocking lives and how they impact one another, if you will, I think is an important aspect of Twin Peaks. It's just a question of how good in a place is it inside of something posited as the secret history of Twin Peaks, and how much can our archivist argue for, say, for example, how much information is inside of this.
Because it felt like maybe about a half hour was spent on Ed and Norma, and I don't know, I didn't time it, but it felt like an awful lot amount of time. And for me personally, I found it to be not that interesting because I have heard a similar story about them before. I'm not personally very interested in Ed and Norma's backstory, let alone, again, it's stuff I've already heard before. The stuff with Hank and the stuff we'll get to later with Josie, that's new. This is not, but it kind of is, and it kind of isn't.
Yes.
And at the end of the day, when I look at the ways in which it's different, I really don't know what to, do with it.
Yeah.
So I found it just kind of retreading ground, and I don't know what it adds to the book. I don't know what this does for the book.
Now, there's certain aspects I would argue and positive forward in this respect. For one, revisiting common grounds, you're getting, for one, with how this book does with its contradictions, you're getting something consistent, where it's saying, this is where the things align in. So revisiting those sort of points and making sure that those overall tags are where people can put pins in, there can be a potential use for that. For another, it's the branching paths that each of these characters take. I would call Nadine in the area of import for the strange things going on inside of Twin Peaks and how they're connected to other characters in the larger narrative inside of the secret history in Twin Peaks. I think Nadine is offered as a main course, Hank and Norma, side dishes on what's directly impacting her life, and then we get a dessert of Hank, in which we don't need it. It's decadent. It can be yummy in certain parts of and aspects of it, and you kind of have to time Hank right to bring it in to the meal. But for the most part, technically you could probably shave Hank out. It's just enough of the rabbit hole that this archivist isn't going crazy into then the Jacques end, which will then go into the Black end and that end. So I think that's why a trail stops at Hank, and also where the archivist is just archiving at this point. That being said, between these interlocking lives of Ed and Norma, it is a lot of the same, but it's still enough of, I would say, Nadine having both the foreground and the background that I am more than comfortable with revisiting these things, mostly because there's a few shifts inside of Nadine's account if we are to take Ed's words inside of the show as gospel.
There's some interesting perspectives, again, also having Cooper and Hawk jumping in and with Agent TP in the air. There's just so many other voices giving their interpretations that it does start to become rather hard to paint one singular universal picture. Right?
Exactly. Again, where the biases
Different
are, where
accounts.
the biases aren't. But I'm still glad to hear from Hawk. I think that
and this is something I wanted to bring up at some point. Do we even want to call him Hawk anymore? So we find out that Frank Truman, ever elusive figure in the professor's life here, Frank Truman was the one who gave Tommy Hill the nickname Tommy Hawk.
Yep.
So, which, at that point, the character remarks, annoyed that, this is how he's treated as some racist stereotype. But he continuously goes by the name Hawk for the next several decades. So, what do you make of it? Because, when Harry calls him Hawk, Harry never calls him Tommy. Or Mr. Hill. So, or
Yes.
Deputy Hill. So, do you think that at this point Hawk likes the name and is comfortable with it, or do you think he just grudgingly accepts it? How does he feel? Because it feels weird to call him Tommy Hill or Deputy Hill, because I don't hear anyone in the Twin Peaks community call him anything other than
one's
Hawk.
That's the thing. Not only is this a specific book not everyone is going to experience with the material, it's also viable to say that I don't know if Frank exists inside of our potential timeline if we are to observe it in this end, and also, by extension, how much Hawk invests into this overall nickname, or just has outright accepted it amongst all members of the community, calling him this name. Then again, the only people we hear calling him that, maybe there are people that go like, oh, okay, here go, Mr. L. For the sake of not only the unknown, but also the realm where we would just catch so many people off guard and
Deputy
not
Hill
be able to
time.
communicate. I would love to address this individual as Deputy Hill, if that is the preferred outcome. But at the end of the day, no one on our podcast will be able to connect. Well, I shouldn't say no one. People like me would not be able to connect those dots because I would get lost in the details. Like Deputy Hill.
It's interesting that he even gets
last name was Hill.
It's interesting he even gets noted though. It's almost like I think Mark Frost went through an effort to try to right some past wrongs, and when he couldn't right them, at least acknowledge them.
And I appreciate that.
So it's like I almost feel like he understood, looking back, that the fact that people call him Hawk because Tommy Hawk.
And I didn't notice that before.
No,
myself.
I never did either. And I've read the book before, I just forgot it. But like, I don't think of it either. I just think of him, that's his name. I don't think of it in a negative way. And I don't think the characters in Twin Peaks mean it in a racist way either. I think it's just that a name is stuck around for so long, it just kind of lingers to that point.
Yes.
And every name has their story.
For this podcast, you heard our bit on towards it. I'll do my best during this podcast to say Tommy. But if we say Hawk in the future podcast...
I'm just going to say Hawk.
Very well.
I just wanted to acknowledge that it's there.
We're on a first name basis, me and Tommy. So...
I don't know, man.
But regardless, we get a nice air of dialogue, which breaks itself off from the other stylings from beforehand. And I think that there is some good character writing for Tommy in this
What did you think of the way that both Hawk and Audrey swear?
Both Hawk...
Because obviously the show had to follow, CBS guidelines. They couldn't just, or daytime television not daytime, television guidelines in general, that they couldn't like have that kind of language. Whereas Hawk will freely use the F-bomb. He'll freely, say whatever. And then Audrey starts off right away with the B word, just right off the bat.
Yeah. As far as these characters go, one of them I can see basically saying something that is very insightful, but in another breath, kind of just being the blunt person in the room. And the other one, it's a young adult, older teenage woman who is overall very much in a light that I can see the word bitch coming out.
No, I think they both make sense.
I think that they both make sense. I don't think it's out of place.
I just wanted to acknowledge the fact that there is a difference here, that Hawk does swear frequently. Like, it's not like it's a pretty common element of the way that this character writes and speaks in the book. And does it still feel like Hawk to you?
Yes.
I mean, it doesn't hurt the fact that we have the audio, which is literally, Michael Horst doing the voice.
It most certainly helps, and maybe that's why
I really
my
enjoyed
biases
his vocal
start.
performance also.
It was very, very good.
I think that his is one that has a bit more personality because there's more sense of humor in his voice, and he's more willing to acknowledge the humor. A lot of this book is drier than the show, so I think that his character and his voice kind of having a little bit more levity at points is nice. Like, even the way that Hawk will refer to Ed, like, I love the big lug, but he's got some problems. Like, he'll just kind of have like a friendly demeanor to him.
And best part is that now we can add an additional quality to Frank Truman. He's a dick. There we go. Likes this book, is a dick.
I thought that Hawk's perspective kind of made my mind turn in a different direction about Ed a little bit as well.
Yes.
In the sense that I'm not necessarily saying Hawk views it this way, but it almost makes it sound a bit sadder, not in the sense of tragedy, but almost like it's kind of, I don't want to be harsh and say pathetic, but kind of like when I think of this man who's like in his 40s, still decades later pining after and obsessing over and longing for his high school sweetheart. Look, if I know someone who's in their late 20s and they're still obsessed over their high school girlfriend, my instinct would be to say, like, okay, you gotta like let it go. Like, you've got to move on. And then you double the age. I'm just looking at this like your whole life has gone away. And I understand, that he's not in a very happy marriage. And I understand that that's a big part of it too. But there's a sort of sadness to the idea that someone would be so clinging on to this element that for like over 2 decades, 3 decades, whatever it might be of his life, he's still not able to achieve happiness because he didn't get the high school girl.
There's no healthy resources in Twin Peaks, even when it comes to camaraderie and friends. Like, it shows that Hawk cares, but it's almost as if a standard that they're just in the sidelines recognizing these situations, but not even like trying to compel their friends one way or another. For the most part, this is an observation of someone who cares, but describes Ed in this light as a sad dog who is loyal, but will oftentimes still not take any action, will more so wander over to the little bed off in the corner, spin around a few times, and just sit and plant. Not going to cause any trouble, not going to bark, not going to bite. It's just going to rest away until probably the person rots away. We do see some mild action when it comes down to the characters, but at the end of the day, both Norma and Ed, we've said it like crazy, they are too afraid to act based off of their current responsibilities. And there's probably even like certain fears that we get like as extra context inside of this. Remember, Norma's the one running the double R, but if it's being passed down from, say, for example, Hank's family, and then Norma breaks things off with Hank to try to go off to be with Ed, she would likely lose everything.
That's actually an interesting angle, too. We don't know exactly how that works at that point in time.
Yeah, she could potentially lose
She doesn't own
everything.
the place in original Twin Peaks. She's just like a manager. Well, is she a manager?
She's
She's
basically the head person there. Like,
but I don't know if she owns it. Like, I don't know if she has the
She is someone
rights.
who, if we are to go to the continuity, if there's no changes inside of this, we're going to broad strokes. If Hank's like family is the one who ends up working there for so long, Norma's the one heading it, and she's married to Hank. Likelihood is it is inside the Jennings name, but will likely, if it ever goes into the point of a council, it would likely, in a divorce paper, go to Hank.
Now, here's the real question. Let's say that happened, based on what we know of Hank from this book.
Yes.
Do you think Hank would take the diner away from her?
I would say at this point, Hank would hold on to his assets mostly because of the life that he ends up living. It's not to say he doesn't care about Norma and he doesn't care about how like Norma will behave, but for one, I don't think he can healthily respond with the overall mental place he's in right now. And also, number two, if he gets rid of such a potentially large asset to potentially use and utilize, then he's left more so lost and worried. Like, we even see, I don't know who the house would go to, but we see Hank Jennings sleeping at the double R.
That's true.
Like, he's actively resting inside that place, maybe while things are being mended over, but regardless, he sleeps at the double R. This is something at least could be important enough to him that he wants to sort of like reel in. If he gives that up, he's basically got nothing. Now, we move this also over to Ed. Ed, in this respect, thanks to what happened with Nadine and the arc that happened with Nadine, Ed puts so much blame onto himself that loyalty angle causes him a large anchor, to the point that if he were to break things off at any stage, especially in the latter ends on Twin Peaks, there would be no end to that being inside of his forethought. Like, there's
if he ended up leaving Nadine and something awful happens, he will blame himself for the rest of his life.
Yes, and we've already seen how he copes with overall emotion. It's something in which we could almost call this as the good old Hurley curse, in the fate that he's caught between these overall rocks and hard places, because neither of these individuals can be happy. It wasn't feeling as cemented inside the show as it does with the context of pieces such as the book, thanks to those like additional stakes sort of being posited, especially what information we get from Nadine. And though like even Nadine recognized not the fault, it's something still important for Ed's character to be emphasized here.
Kalil,
what are you doing?
Podcasters from out of time.
What?
Listeners, you may not know it, but I think a week has passed since we last have spoken.
Yeah, we stepped away from the podcast, Kalil. It's not time travel, it's just travel.
So we normally record our podcast in one go. We had to do a split up on this one. The reason that kind of matters is we realized a few things in between this time we've been away.
For one, I realized I was right. It was Jean Reno.
It was Jean Reno, not Jacques Reno, that fixed the football game with Hank. My brain assumed Jacques because Jacques is the one I see in the town of Twin Peaks. So that's where my brain was. But no, the voice in the audio book did lean toward Jean's interpretation, and it is, in fact, Jean Reno.
Congratulations, Jean Reno. You, for some reason, are really involved with just some random-ass football game. Good job.
Well, it does go to show Hank's connection to Jean Reno when we get to the Ernie Isles saga. The Ernie Isles saga being the most loved of all Twin Peaks storylines.
And the willingness of John to impact a place such as Twin Peaks, despite the fact that it seems like a lot of his dealings were just more so dealing in Canada, as opposed towards his brothers, which just were lurking in Twin Peaks. I mean, I don't know about the living situation.
And we've seen Jacques.
But do you think that Jacques like lives inside like the rooftop of the Roadhouse along with his?
Well, we've seen
brother?
Jacques' place. We know where he lives.
Okay. No, he does live in the middle of the woods. Where does his brother live?
Well, no, well, I don't know. I mean, my point is...
Does he live inside the janitor's closet in the Roadhouse?
My point is that we've seen Jacques interact with Bobby in kind of a similar way, but like with Bobby, it's been the drug run. So there's been kind of that business angle, whereas it really does show that Jean was willing to, I don't say stoop, he does obviously worse things, but... go for such small things as fixing a football game. Like, it seems like such an everyday sort of thing compared to running cocaine across the border. But again, it's that investment opportunity in Hank, the way that maybe Jacques was investing in Bobby. One of them, thankfully, it seems like by the end of season 2, Bobby's more on the up and up than Hank is.
I know it's kind of a weird comparison, but it makes me think of Jean Reno kind of like a Roman-style emperor with a flick of the wrist and just a fleet of fancy. You can just be like, I want it this way. And so it shall be.
Yes. It doesn't even matter. It's not really a big deal. He just feels like it. Also realized another mistake of mine. I had put it in my notes, but I had not commented on, we're talking about Margaret Colson's experience as a child, that her name is Margaret Colson. I don't think I said anything about that. And it should be noted that normally the character's been referred to as Margaret Lanterman up to this point. Margaret Colson has never been referenced. Now, we do know that Margaret Lanterman was married, albeit briefly, and her husband, the firefighter, had that tragic accident. It's entirely possible Margaret Colson is her original maiden name, just with the caveat, though, that the actor was Catherine Colson. So this is a weird case where the actor's last name was grafted onto the character that she played.
Now, yeah, and that's where I'm kind of leaning more so, because I imagine she just kept her husband's name and just kind of continue on. That's where the Lanterman comes from. But at the same, and then the reference of Colson being like, yeah, this is also the actress's name. It's just a fun bit of layers. I think that
it adds another meta element too, where like this book knows who the casting is.
And it does it in some interesting ways, I think, or at the very least intentionally, unintentionally. I think many cases intentionally, especially when it came to like Ed and Nadine meeting up, because the funny little detail of Ed and Nadine meeting up is it was thanks to a broken lawnmower, if you will, that he felt so bad that he got to fix up. Speaking of broken lawnmowers, we had the actor for Ed be the one who sells the new lawnmower after the one man's lawnmower ended up breaking down, if you will.
So you're thinking it might be a straight story callback?
I think it's a straight story callback. Elsewise, it's a very interesting choice of broken piece of operation, especially with what Ed runs. Like, it could have been any reason for Ed and Nadine to run into each other when it came to his life, his operations, his general well-being. A broken lawnmower is something very humorous, at the very least, for myself. Maybe it is unintentional and it's a weird coincidence, but then I look at good old Colson over there.
Right.
And I'm thinking to myself, maybe there are like these little sprinklings found throughout the book.
Previously on the podcast, i.e. 5 minutes ago or so for you, listener, we were talking about Hank and Ed and Norma and all those characters, and there's some things to say about Nadine. We hear from Andy that he tells Hawk that Nadine's mother had mental health issues. And also Andy speaks about how Nadine's father was known to be unstable and also known to be a big drinker. I don't think the word alcoholic is ever used specifically, just the idea of him being a heavy drinker with possible instability. Hawk also notes at this point that Andy's a bit of a gossip when it comes to these things. So in terms of Nadine's character, what do you make of this, I guess I'll say, reveal? I don't know if it was ever a mystery what her parents were like. I never found myself wondering that question. But now we do have an answer to what Nadine's background might be a bit like.
Well, I think that especially with the background we receive from snippets of information from here, as well as the Jacoby files, I'll call them, it was earlier on that Jacoby was even involved with Nadine and her overall position, her overall mental health, it would seem, because post getting her eye shot out, it seems that some psychiatric involvement was necessary at one point or another. But to have pieces of her information being that her father was an inventor, the passive mental illness, and the fact that her personality has shifted and changed enough from being the jealous person when being seen with Norma and Ed, being someone who was more possessive with Ed in that regard, and that actively changing in the pursuit and goal of this great livelihood that she hoped to also bring to Ed, of being this inventor, of being well off like her family was, how her family was so fortunate to be. I wonder if Nadine, as we see her inside of the show, was ever Nadine, like the original Nadine, because we see her personality change and also kind of her mannerisms shift. Not that she's being taken back in time, but she's being an ideal self of her in high school later on with the second season. If the first season is an inventor-like position like her father, is it just possible that that's just the pre-existing condition, sort of like mentally Benjamin buttoning her? I don't know the correct phrase for making her regress in her overall mental state. Not to be insensitive about the material, I just merely don't know how to communicate the mental well-being of someone such as Nadine.
I think Nadine's just kind of a messy character from a writing standpoint, and I personally like Nadine. I find Nadine to be interesting as a character, but I also do acknowledge, as we've talked about before in the podcast, that when it comes to sensitivity, the show itself kind of sends mixed messages on it. Having the whole cheerleader arc in season 2 running as a comedy, I think it feels like it's meant to be a comedy, and it's hard to know how to distinguish that, because then you also have Benjamin Horne's Confederate arc. Is that also read to be comedy? I think so, but maybe not as much. And I think Nadine is just kind of messy to talk about in general, no matter where you kind of fall on that spectrum of thinking about her character.
Yes, and I think that that's just because I feel that a lot of the usage of mental health with Nadine is also sort of like telling a story in the broader spectrum of Twin Peaks. If we take the information from this book and we take the information that we receive from Nadine, having an optimized reality for oneself and trying to be one's best self despite the problems of the areas around them, ignoring the darkness and mostly trying to aim yourself to be your best self in your own personal light, can lead to some very unhealthy patterns for them. And I think it's also notable where Dr. Jacoby sees someone like Nadine, sees Nadine's history, and when she's regressing herself, when she is putting herself into these spots, that's when Jacoby sort of like shakes his head and like, looking at this history, she would have been a perfect test subject for his way of thinking, his overall sight, and his usage of his glasses for these rose-colored lenses and aqua-colored lenses.
He wanted to test out his glasses on her, and it's unclear with a lot of things with Jacoby, but specifically with that glasses. Is he trying to help her because he legitimately believes those glasses would be helpful? Or is she a guinea pig to him where it's like, boy, I'd love to try those glasses on this one?
Well,
it's both, maybe.
It might be both, but I do think that it's the difference between how Jacoby sees things and how Nadine sees things for a framing device. Nadine sees things in a false reality and this sort of like Twin Peaksian reality, dressing up in a pretty dress and believing in a great dream, while Jacoby is self-appraised for seeing reality as it is, seeing things quite bluntly. I'm never going to say he's a great guy, but at the very least, I do think that there is a truth that's trying to be told on him, sort of
He's
like
very
seeing
direct.
things very bluntly and direct. Yes.
I as you were talking, my mind was going in different directions, and I think there's a case to be made. I'm not sure if it's 100% where I am at this point, but I can entertain it.
Yes.
There's a case to be made that Nadine might be one of the most Twin Peaks characters, in the sense that you've got a character who lives in a dream, in multiple dreams. You've got the dream of her trying to be this inventor like her father was. And I admit, I don't remember the inventor section of the book as well, especially now that more time has passed. I've kind of forgotten. Was her father successful?
Yes.
Okay.
That's actually where like they came into enough fortune that they were able to move.
That's what it sounded like you were saying. So
Yes.
she has the dream of being an inventor and saving her marriage with Ed, as saving her kind of unhappiness in her relationship, making Ed finally proud of her and happy with her, that the success that could come out of this invention, that's a dream. You've also got the dream that she enters into when she becomes the cheerleader character regressing into the past, and that overlaps with the theme of nostalgia and living in the past, which Ed lives in the past with Norma in a kind of, different way, less literally, but that is a thing with so many characters in Twin Peaks, is living in the past. And Twin Peaks as a show, even though it was made in the 90s, it kind of always had a little bit of a nod toward the 50s. And then now when people think about Twin Peaks, a lot of younger fans especially look at it as a retro type of show. So it's kind of become this crystallized form of nostalgia, at first for the 50s, then for the 90s, and late 80s by proxy. So you've got this character, again, living in a dream, representing this sort of nostalgia, dealing with these severe, dark elements within her own mind and soul, but it's being masked over by hokey humor. That's very Twin Peaks, right? Like this sort of uncomfortable, messy untangling you have to do to get at this thing for the show that is both serious and wacky, both dark and light. That is also Nadine as a person. So I think that, Nadine might be one of the most Twin Peaks characters if you view it in those kind of lights, which I think is interesting because when I think of like the main characters of Twin Peaks, I don't think of Nadine right at the top. Even in season 1, she was almost exclusively a B plot character or even C plot character. Do you think in the broad scheme of seasons 1 and season 2, do you think that Nadine was a bigger character or Ed?
I think that Ed was likely a bigger character than Nadine.
He felt like it.
He felt like it, but
he
that's
was the
because...
bookhouse boy.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, he had Norma plotline. He was in more places.
He was someone who was more woven in with the other characters throughout the overall story. It seems that, for the most part, the tale that of regret and living in the past was much more solid with Ed. Meanwhile, Nadine's factor of being used for humor, I would say, kind of diluted that message down. Whether or not one might feel the balance between drama and humor necessary for the tone of Twin Peaks, it still would be more difficult to come to these conclusions without, I would say, a reference such as Secret History to sort of like dive into those specific details. Because other than that, again, I only assumed like we saw Nadine at the beginning of the story.
So I agree with you. I think that adding more information about her past does complicate the character in a good way. I think it adds more intrigue to the character for me. And even as you're talking about her father being an inventor, it's interesting because the main thing that I remember and the main thing I took notes on was more how her past seemed to be potentially negative more than positive. So even what we're given, it is up to kind of the individual listener or reader to determine for themselves what they make of Nadine's background, given Andy's hearsay, right? Given what Andy's told
hearsay,
Hawk and Hawk reporting.
And Hawk reporting, but also there is a fair amount of Hawk perspective that I think it still kind of leads a conclusion.
And then Jacoby perspective added on top of that.
Absolutely, but I think Hawk perspective over Jacoby perspective in respects of the larger oversight Nadine is giving. Because Hawk does make the point that she's trying to make these inventions, she's trying to overall do these things, but at the same time, Ed does not want that. Like, this is not something Ed wants. Jacoby remarks that her focus on these inventions and how she's dealing with it are actually very clever. She shows intelligence and a remarkable adaptability when it comes to this inventiveness that she's trying to give off. But at the same time, to what direction, to what ends, it makes the whole situation somewhat tragic.
Jacoby theorizes, kind of waxing poetic, that the silent drape runners could be in a form of metaphor, that she is trying to silence the troubling things in her mind, and that the silent drape runners represent that. She is hiding behind the dark curtains, metaphorically. So he tries to view it as, similar to how he views the Ben Confederate situation, that it is a outward symbolic gesture toward an inward struggle.
Yes.
And so he doesn't necessarily want to shut that down. No. I also think it's notable then that Nadine, while she's focused on the Drape Runners in season 1, she's focused on the future. She's focused on making things better for tomorrow. Once she awakens from her suicide attempt and she awakens and has that memory regress, she is now exclusively focused on the past. She may not think of it as the past, but we know it's her past, or at least a version of what she thinks the past could have been. So it's interesting that season 1 Nadine is looking to the future, and then season 2 Nadine is stuck back in the past. Like you said, do we really know the real Nadine, quote unquote? Nadine's never in the present. We never have a present Nadine.
Except arguably at the end when she snapped back
at
to
the
reality.
very, very end of season 2, right?
In which she is actively jealous again. It's
Right.
like something that she has not exhibited through the entire
Right.
series, except unless you count this book with that sense of
Well,
jealousy.
Norma, she was jealous with Norma. We saw her interactions
She
with
saw
her.
some of the overall interactions, but it was under the surface level of a nice smiley attitude. When she bumps into Norma, and Norma's even nervous, like how's she going
Right.
to react, but she's distracted with her drape runners. When she's sitting in with Ed and having some overall shakes and a glass breaks through, she's still distracted by the shake itself and the action of itself. But as far as like direct conflict, I think the biggest example of that is right at the end, where she blows up between Ed and Norma, who are actively physically close in that moment.
And going back to kind of the family history, Jacoby views her background as more unfortunate, kind of in line with what at least I remember thinking and feeling when I was reading it. Because Jacoby paints a picture of the house that she grew up in being full of shame, that between the mother's kind of quiet struggles with mental health and the father's kind of turning toward alcohol, that she didn't really have a stable background at home. She didn't have any sort of stability from her parents. And that's where he thinks that she inherited this sort of manic side from her mother, and already was struggling as it was. But then the forms of treatment that she would have been given as a teenager were not helping her at all. He found the treatments of quote unquote modern psychology to be, in his mind, more barbaric. He talks about how Nadine one day in school froze and couldn't move and was locked in place, and to the point where they had to carry her to the nurse's office because she was just completely immobile. So even before she was with Ed, we do have signs of those sort of struggles. And Jacoby immediately is criticizing how she was treated, but also links that to how her mother was treated very poorly by mental health systems. And while you and I are not experts on this, I don't think it's an objectionable thing to say that the way that mental health was viewed and treated in the mid-1900s, not great.
No.
Not great. And
Nope.
so when Jacoby's saying this, I'm inclined to believe him. I'm inclined to believe that, yeah, it's not surprising that the mother was having trouble recovering if those are the treatments they were giving her, and then Nadine was getting treated very similarly. It's a very shaky foundation to grow up from. And how much did she look up to her father with his business? How much was she aware of the fact that he was a drinker? Did that drinking ever affect her directly or not? This is where I think things are up for debate. And in my mind, when I think of like the drunken father, my mind can sometimes wonder about the darker possibilities, especially considering family dynamics in Twin Peaks can be abusive. We don't know if Nadine was abused or not. I just, in my mind, I associate alcoholic father with the potential of that, either against the mother or against the daughter. So that has me kind of worried in that angle, but we just don't know. And I don't know if Nadine knows. What traumas is she masking? Does Nadine know at all the traumas she's masking? So when you bring up like how she would get distracted by the drape runners talking to Norma,
Yes.
it almost reads to me now like when she sees Norma and they're both shopping or whatever, that she just immediately turns to the drape runner as a form of like coping, where it's just like rather than facing her feelings on Norma and Ed, push it all into the drape runner, push everything into the drape runner. That's going to fix everything, just like it fixed my family when I was a kid when my father invented things. All of these things we're talking about, I think, makes Nadine more interesting and more compelling. So again, I think the book and Mark Frost did well here.
Congratulations, Mark Frost. You did it. You did it. We can close the book on this now. It's the end of the podcast. It's been an absolute pleasure.
So what did you think of Jacoby's methods for what he wanted for Nadine? Because the way that he views things, he wanted to wean her off the pain meds through nature walks. He wanted her to do silent meditation, lots of peace and quiet, some massage therapy, a lot of time looking at trees, listening to the wind. Quote, engage in a gentle, mythical, metaphorical truth testing. And he keeps emphasizing it'd be a long road, but there'd eventually be healing. When you think of Jacoby's ideas for what would help Nadine, do you think that would have helped Nadine?
Jacoby's methods are very fitting for his character as far as what we know. That is... The effectiveness I am unaware of. The effectiveness is something in which I am no expert on, as we've already made statements on. But I do think it's very much led by the perspective of an individual that wrote a paper on the drug trip that he ended up having, in which opened up his mind, and it seems that for the most part he's more into a spiritual style of healing, if you will.
He feels more naturalistic, almost new agey.
Yes.
Which I don't know.
But mind you, I also find a lot of humor into that because I promise I'll let you continue, but
yeah.
Looking back into Twin Peaks and Twin Peaks' characters and the people and the cast for Twin Peaks, doesn't the account for experiencing that moment of having a shaman lead you through a psychedelic experience remind you of a certain interview that we saw going through the special features through Twin Peaks?
Yes, exactly. I was thinking the same thing.
For
Richard Bamer.
For Richard Bamer, to clarify.
So in one of the interviews, it was kind of a collection of interviews. There's a fairly long one that is Richard Bamer on the ZDA collection. It might be other collections too, where he is recounting, this again is the actor for Ben Horn, recounting this trip he had where he had partaken in ayahuasca and his experiences with that. Very reminiscent for here, which is again interesting, and I do think probably on purpose for Mark Frost, because we know that Richard Bamer, the Ben Horn actor, was the one who had been in West Side Story with Russ Tamblyn, who is Richard Jacoby, Dr. Jacoby. So I think that conflating Richard Bamer's experience with Dr. Jacoby's character in a way is kind of a mirroring, and it fits. No proof that Mark Frost even remembered that interview or saw it, but it is similar enough that it's kind of notable.
Yes.
Because, it definitely reminds me of what Richard Bamer had been speaking about. What I was going to say, though, is that when you think back on Dr. Jacoby, knowing that in this book, his methods for Nadine would have involved more natural healing, he seems like someone who'd be in favor of like alternative medicines rather than medication. It seems like he's someone who wants to have more of a almost hippie-ish kind of view of you go into nature, you consume natural foods, you take things quietly, you're going to have a slow process, but you need to avoid the modern medicine, you need to avoid the drugs they're going to give you, it's not going to help you. When you think of Jacoby that way, does it match up with your idea of Jacoby in Season 1 and Season 2, or do you think this is a different take on him? Like, what is your kind of stance?
The thing is that, for one, I will make a statement saying, I'm not one for these natural elements. We
like scientific backing.
I like scientific backing. I understand some caution whenever it comes to, say, for example, big medical companies that are oftentimes in it for a buck, but for the most part...
Almost always in it for a buck. Let's correct that.
Yes.
I don't think anyone's going to defend Big Pharma to us. So I think Jacoby has a point.
Jacoby does have a point.
It's not clearly like insane. Like Jacoby has a point. It's just is what he's doing actually helpful? Is it scientifically backed? Mm-hmm. Or is this a pet project from a dude who did ayahuasca in the 70s?
I think it's a questionable nature with our reality, but inside the realm of Twin Peaks, I believe that he could potentially be very effective, if you will. But again, that's in the realm in which I can verify duck puzz exist in the reality of Twin Peaks. Anyway.
There's also the element you could add in, though, that if his warning was against pills and drugs, there is something you could say about the fact that Nadine's attempt at suicide was overdosing on pills and drugs.
Yes, which it seems that maybe the fallback wasn't enough of a fallback. Maybe it was something which was failed. Mm-hmm. Maybe it's another alternate reality with the Twin Peaks.
It seems to match up with what Jacoby had been doing with Johnny Horn, because he had always been taking Johnny to go shoot the little targets outside. Yes. And he took a much more slow, gradual approach with Johnny. He wasn't around Ben Horn long enough to use that as the best case study. So I think what we know of him with Johnny is probably the best indication of what Jacoby is like. And it's hard because we have that idea of Jacoby, but then we also have Jacoby at the cemetery saying that he doesn't really care about these people. And we've encountered other things like from other scenes where Jacoby flat out like admits that he's just like, not really taking this that seriously. There was one deleted scene I remember we checked out where it was Jacoby with Johnny shooting the targets.
Yep.
And we both kind of felt like Jacoby's attitude was very like flippant almost.
Yes. No, I do agree with the overall very tightrope that Jacoby seems to be present on throughout the series. I would say that the closest thing to probably a more mythical treatment or mythical belief would probably be that one scene where, like, Jacoby is brought into the hospital with his wife, if I'm not mistaken, where they're holding rocks, if you will, while they're overall trying to do a practice in that room. That's when things get more mythical.
Guided meditation.
Meditation, if you will. So I can see that presence, but at the same time, I don't think that Jacoby was that explored through the series, other than in like very small doses.
Again, one of the best things this part of the book does is take these characters who are partially explored and gives them more of their due in a way that I think is generally working.
Yes.
Which, I would praise. I think it's very interesting and telling that Jacoby believes that people basically choose their fate. He says we all choose our fate, and whether it's conscious or unconsciously, probably more often unconsciously, we do choose our fate, to the point where he even suggests that Nadine chose to get shot in the eye, that she sensed something going on around her. She didn't want to see it, and he says that there's almost no such thing as an accident, that she had chosen this injury for herself. I instinctively push against that ideology because that implies that anything bad that happens to someone, they chose it. If it seems like an accident, they secretly wanted it, which I think is a very dangerous way to look at people.
Agreed.
Especially if you're working with them in a mental health capacity, that you are looking at Nadine's tragic accident and saying, you chose this. Now, that being said, could he be right about Nadine? Maybe. This is where it gets tricky. In general, I think this is a really bad way to look at people. I don't think they choose their accidents. I don't believe in fate. I don't believe in luck. That's me.
Yeah.
However, with this show's fictional world, again, you've already drawn that distinction between Jacoby, if he practiced this in real life, versus practicing it in Twin Peaks.
Yes.
There's a different reality there. And thinking of Nadine's
All
character...
you have to do is write the fiction that says it works, and it works.
I think what Jacoby's getting at is that there is a poetry to the idea that someone who wants to turn a blind eye to what is happening to her and around her, it's fitting.
It's very poetic, and I think it's more so telling on Jacoby's part, on his poetic nature, just because I feel it, in my reading, it's more of the Hurley curse, more than it is the fault of Nadine. This is something
it's victim blaming
cements...
if you take it too far. That's the concerning part.
Yes. But no, it's with the overall idea of the Hurley curse and how this is very poor for Ed and the environment of Twin Peaks itself, I think narratively speaking, it's much more fulfilling to say that this is more so on Ed's part than it is on Nadine's part. Not only by holding the gun, but also even though recognizing it as an accident, this still was within his hands. This is still what sort of damns him in the end.
It just feels like these families keep repeating themselves through their children in ways that the book is emphasizing more than the show ever did. And I think I'm still mulling over, even upon second reading, how I feel about that. Because I remarked with the Access Guide that if we start taking characters to be just repetitions of their families, it could lessen, for me at least, the impact of the characters' choices. Because if every Horn burns down their opponent, it removes Ben's choices to a degree. He's just another Horn. Whereas if it's Ben doing this as a person, I find that more interesting. And then in terms of reality, I don't believe people are chained to the fate of their families at all. I would push against that ideology.
I think that for the most part, like generational and how individuals are impacted, it seems that a lot of it is by the grown adults' time that they are the most impacted, because from examples from the children, if I think of Laura Palmer, yes, she was damned by the overall actions and some of the overall fates of the mental well-being still carried into her, but I still think that generally how the character interacts, deals with those overall scenarios, and has tried to grow from it, I still do kind of see Laura Palmer far different than Leland. I also see that through Donna. I also see that through James. I also see it through Audrey. I'm wondering whether or not something is being communicated as a breaking point for the generation, that though they are still hurting at them, though it is something that is still taking acts, it seems at the very least these cycles are being broken, and maybe the fact that these cycles are broken is where you get the most friction and the most damage to these overall relationships. The misery of Donna at the end, where she's trying to figure out her own overall history, especially whenever it comes to
Is she
documents.
inheriting the curse of the Horns, or is she inheriting a curse of the Haywards? That's another debate too.
With James going off on whatever journey he needs to for his own well-being himself, for the sake of Laura Palmer with her overall death and how that impacted the environment, and of course Audrey being blown up by a bomb.
I inserted that comment about Donna partly because you started off with two characters whose parentage is particularly interesting.
Yes.
In the sense that if we do go by families repeating, if we do take that line of thinking, which I know is not what you're suggesting as much.
Yes.
But if we take that line of thinking, would Donna be inheriting the Hayward repetition?
She would if it weren't for the ending scenes of those, like, papers putting in things. I can very easily see her, especially with how she sort of like interacts with people, how she could try to dial it down similar to how her father would. I can see that sort of like complacency come through, but it's only when, say, for example, these things start bubbling up where Donna sort of like takes more of a stand and more action. She's less reserved than the rest of her family. I do genuinely believe that these cycles at this point in Twin Peaks are being either rubbed against the wrong way, the cogs are going in an awkward direction, or things are literally breaking.
Well, I was also going to say then that we don't know her mom's story.
We don't.
I don't even know her maiden name off the top of my head.
We only know potential ideas of this individual who may not be able to walk because an overall emotional state.
In fact, to be fair, trying to think through, has this book gone on to talk about the mother's history in any of these situations? So like Ben Horn, we know the Horn family. Do we know Ben's mom's family?
We do not know as much for Ben's mom's family. I have not heard anything about Eileen
The
Hayward
Hurley we just hear. You know what I'm getting at, right?
I know where you're getting at. And the thing is that a lot of the information that we are gaining from this, again, how it's archived, how it's being delivered, what Dale Cooper decides to write down, and how we're exploring Dale Cooper's notes and also through the eyes of Truman, how everything is organized. Of course, I would love for every single detail, every single character to be explored, but that's just because I'm a lore junkie. I'm someone who loves looking through these characters. The omission of them can be notable. The omission of them could just be something mundane. I think really it's going to be a case-by-case basis. In this respect,
I just want to say sins of the fathers. Sins of the fathers.
Sins of the fathers.
Seems to be the case so far. We'll have to see with Norma's family if we get more about her in the book, because we've got the Jennings side through Hank. We've talked about that. The question is, are we going to get more of, was it Vivian, the mother, right? Are we going to get more of that side or not? Because that would have a bigger impact on Norma than the man she married. So
we say that, but on the same token, if we take the ruling of the book, like, for one, she might distance herself from the family, but Norma, by using her position, thanks to the history with Hank, and how she's able to grow from that is not involved with the rest of her family. She's very self-made.
Yeah,
I think that that's self-made.
But that could also be a family trait. We don't know. We know her mother's a self-made sort of person as well.
Yes.
As the food critic. This, again, is just making my brain shoot in different directions, which is why I enjoy these kind of conversations. Because when I think back on these families, and I think I'm in a fairly privileged position having grown up cis male and having identified as that, is that I just kind of take it for granted that we're going through these family histories. Oh, it makes sense to talk about the Packard family. We're talking about the Martell family.
We're talking about everyone who's listed and is placed inside the books, and which makes sense. But I do think that these relationships, the overall themes we're getting from these relationships and revelations, it does unlock a larger conversation for these other families.
My point is just that it's generally a male lineage.
It is.
That we're tracing the lives of these men who lived like 200 years ago, and everything is continuing to repeat them. The Renaults are going to be that way because of some dude Renault hundreds of years ago. And there are prominent female characters. I think Catherine becomes a more interesting light again, that she is coming from this background of the Packard-Martel fusion as a woman who kind of supersedes both those male lineages and does something with
She
that.
does, but on the same token, if we take the secret access guide or the regular access guide, what is that access guide?
Welcome to Twin Peaks.
Welcome to Twin Peaks access
yeah.
guide. Even when someone takes a stand and is a very important measure inside the family, if you are a woman, you are going to be overshadowed by your male counterpart. That happened even in the series. I think maybe even an extra layer unintentionally, because Catherine was referred to as woman by the very end.
One of her biggest power moves is pretending to be a man.
It was.
Tojimura.
But on the same token, like, using those pieces of history, no matter what, there is a large male-dominated structure, if you will.
There's just a lot of room
that is actually, like, called out by Twin Peaks, by some measure, by the writers of it. I don't think it's accidental in that
There's
respect.
just a lot of room for quality feminist readings of Twin Peaks for minds that are more equipped with it than I am, especially women commentators. I think could have a lot of fun with this from a feminist lens that I just like to dabble in now and then, because there's things in this book that get my mind thinking about how much, like I said, Sins of the Father just keeps playing into these storylines. Jacoby, speaking of men, Jacoby. We get a little more of this backstory. Following his parents' divorce, Lawrence Jacoby lived with his mother in Hawaii. So, again, going with gender ideas, he did grow up with his mother.
What was the mother's name, by the way?
I didn't write it down.
Leilani.
Oh.
Does that sound familiar?
Is that the name of his wife?
Yes.
Okay, I was wondering that when I listened to it, but I just kind of thought, I must be misremembering it. Did you check to make sure?
Yes. Well, I checked the name inside the book.
I confirmed it is Leilani for the mother. The wife, however, is Iolani.
Iolani. Oh, forgive me.
So they
That's
are
my
just
fault.
similar sounding names, which you could argue is on purpose. You could also argue we're not used to Hawaiian names.
I'm not used to Hawaiian names, and I can only look at what's inside of my book. I try not to look back onto Google Pages
No,
for the sake of
I
spoilers.
totally understand. I'm trying to think of like an
That is my fault.
equivalent.
Thank you.
I guess it's like if someone's father was named Dwayne and they marry someone named Diane, it's probably a similar thing as that, where we know the names are different, but I'm assuming if you weren't used to those names, it would probably be like the Leilani, Iolani situation.
Potentially.
They're slightly different names. It is a question if that name was chosen on purpose because how similar it is of his wife. You can do a lot of Freudian things there, right? So and that doesn't seem off course for Jacoby. We also find out that his brother, Robert Jacoby, who would go on to write for the Twin Peaks Gazette, he lived with his father. So the two children were separated in terms of custody. Do you have any thoughts on Robert Jacoby?
Robert Jacoby, it's a fun sort of like, I guess, magnet to bring Jacoby in, someone who is heavily Hawaiian influenced, and pop him right back into Twin Peaks, and also just have his general vibe still give off a missing of home, I suppose. Right. But for the most part, it's mainly just a news reporter, if you will.
Yeah.
I can't really give off much personality. Same thing with Truman's brother. It gives a larger idea of the vast number of individuals, all X number 0.1 of them, inside the Twin Peaks. So it's fun for that respect, but I just don't have much to say about his brother.
It's kind of
other than,
weird.
like, it's still just a fun point that we can bring Jacoby back in.
It's kind of weird when you talk about new characters in this book because we've got historical figures.
Yep.
And we've got characters who already were there.
Yep.
Those really don't count as new people, right?
What?
Because there's a basis.
Nah.
But then you get weird cases like Dougie where it's a pre-existing character, but we knew like nothing about them.
We knew nothing
Dougie
about him.
is practically a new character.
He's practically a new character because he's no longer inside the background.
Yeah.
He's no longer a bit of string of information. But again, I think that that's just going to be very subjective on how much we would value that.
Right. So I think that, we've got a few like new characters, quote unquote, like Robert Jacoby, who are kind of just neutral.
Yeah.
Then, depending on the identities of the archivist and Agent TP, they could be new characters. They might also not be. We have speculated. If they turn out to be new characters, do you think that they've been especially memorable, good new characters?
Yes. No, I think that for the most part, when it comes down to the independent characters giving off their general thoughts and just being present with their own livelihoods, making it clear between the Bible passages, between the pop culture sort of like things brought up. I think it's enough to give forward quirks of these characters that are far more substantive than someone saying something very quirky in a newspaper, but things are passing by. I have so much more information of the archivist as well as Agent TP from their back and forth interactions, though not ever direct, than I do the singular perspective of a few news clippings of Robert Jacoby.
Now, would they hold up in quality for you versus the characters in the Twin Peaks show?
Would they hold up in quality for me?
I mean, obviously, they're different mediums.
Different mediums is the biggest part for the consideration. Whenever holding up between them, I mean, there are characters that we just see that eat in the corner and are silent throughout.
Excuse me, Toad is a better character than anyone in this book. Okay? Toad is great.
What I'm trying to say
we can graft anything onto Toad we want.
What I'm saying is that quality assurance isn't something as large in my head. I think that you can slot anyone into Twin Peaks because there's enough of a range through it. So I think that I can allow these people to exist in my headspace of Twin Peaks.
That's perfectly fine. Back to Jacoby. So in the 60s and 70s, Lawrence Jacoby developed a controversial reputation for working on a particular book called The Eye of God, Sacred Psychology in the Aboriginal Mind, which again seems to set the course for the rest of his life and career.
Yes.
He describes his experiences with local hallucinogens in different communities and a short-lived marriage with a chief's daughter. Recounting his experiences with ayahuasca, again, kind of similar to what Richard Bamer had done, Jacoby discusses his experiences in a way that almost makes it seem like he became aware of the lodge spirits or something similar to it, because he reports being aware of realities almost in which these other entities dwell. He felt the thin veil separating our normal world from their world thinning, right? Going away. He describes that the world they live in underlies our world or coincides with it, and it's just that thin veil separating it. I again read this as being like the lodge spirits. With a lot of the things in this book, there's that spectrum or Venn diagram you can put in your head of like, does this match up with the lodge spirits in Twin Peaks? Does this match up with aliens? Does it match up with both, or is this something else? And I'm curious, when you were listening to Jacoby or reading what Jacoby was saying about his experiences with these beings, right? They were tall and humanoid, but they're kind of cold and reptilian, and they were drawing him near, but they lacked compassion. He describes it as the presence of God energy. Did you think of those as being aliens, lodge spirits, or something else?
I think that for the most part, we lean more into the mystical nature of spirits, whether they're lodge or not. I think that that's just generally the temptations and judgments of individual flaws in humanity, I suppose.
But do you link it as being part of the same realm as, like, the Man from Another Place?
I think that that's the only realm that I can see. I think that for the most part, whenever it comes to alien perspective, even when it comes to the UFO sightings, I think that thanks to the scene with Major Briggs of flying through the air through an aircraft only to land into our realm, I think that that connects to it. I think that the fact that overall the deceptions of mankind, either covering it up or intensifying the issues, and then the issues themselves sort of like come back to bite everyone in the ass. I think that that, for the most part, is what's being communicated by Twin Peaks. So for that moment with Dr. Jacoby, for that moment of experiencing all this at once, I do think that there's just a general natural spirit that just continues to sort of like fold in on itself that he's experiencing in a very pure form at this time.
So his experience does not seem to be the same as like Major Briggs or Cooper or, you know, passing through a gateway.
I don't think that's ever going to be the same. I think that it's very much a tailored experience for everyone.
My question is it the same, like, you say a tailored experience, is it the same category? Because we've linked before that Major Briggs, although a different type of experience, was still potentially being tested
Yes.
The same way Cooper's being tested. It's just that the test was modified to suit the individual. Do you think Jacoby was going through a test or something different than those two?
It's more so, I would say, I think that was different, but I think it's more so in the respects of, rather than being tested in the moment, I think more so he ended up watching a movie. He had a vision, if you will.
It's also interesting his response emotionally, because he describes him as being cold, reptilian, unfeeling, not necessarily evil. But they don't have compassion. There's a neutrality toward people,
and
right?
One thing that we have brought forward multiple times with the Red Room is that sense of neutrality.
I would agree with that, yes. My thinking then is that, Cooper, a lot of times, his experiences prior to, literally the end of season 2, he does describe in My Life, My Tapes, if we consider that, the sort of evil that persists, the evil that infected Wyndham Earle and other people. He seems to view a lot of this with doubt and skepticism and seems to think a lot of it is evil. I don't know if he thought the giant was evil. We never get what Cooper felt talking to the giant. I don't know if he felt that was cold or not. But what I'm getting at is that Wyndham Earle saw the Black Lodge as pure evil, and that's a cool thing. I like that. And then Dale Cooper thought of a lot of the Lodge as evil, not necessarily all of it, and seems to have failed at the end. Major Briggs seems to, through his biblical inclinations, if we're to read that, he seems to have a more balanced view. I don't know if he views the spirit stuff as negatively as the other two do. And then we got Jacoby over here, who senses the coldness of these entities, but wakes up feeling reborn and revitalized and energized. He feels happy.
I feel happy.
And that's the question should you feel happy after experiencing what Jacoby felt? Is that a good sign or a bad sign? Because these entities, if we're thinking of them as being similar across all Twin Peaks media, right? You've got entities that are going to lead you to evil and corrupt you and possess your body like Bob. But then you've also got entities like the Giants who will help give you clues to find your way. But then what if your way leads you to the Black Lodge?
I think that it's very important when it comes to the very subjective terminology whenever it comes to good, but most notably evil. I think that for the most part, there are individuals who take sanctions into believing in an objective evil, some people believing in a primordial sense of evil. The word itself...
I think Cooper does.
I think Cooper does, but at the same time, what is evil and what is seen as evil...
Well, listeners, I hope you enjoy our next podcast to rediscuss for 7 hours the nature of evil. Make sure to brush up on your Aristotle.
I think that that's very important, the perspectives on evil. The perspectives of those overall bits of darkness, because at the end of the day, I think it's going to be whatever forces are counter to either your faith, belief, or things that will stop you from reaching your goal is what's being seen as a general idea of evil through Twin Peaks.
If I understand what you're thinking, I think you're very right, because if, again, we filter Cooper's experiences through his beliefs in both the book, My Life, My Tapes, as well as in the series, he seems to approach these greater spiritual forces with a fascination, with a trust in dreams, but at the same time a fear of a darkness that could possess, a fear of an evil. Mm-hmm. And what did he get when he faced it? Fear of an evil, and it took over him. Wyndham Earle thought of evil as the coolest thing ever. He's like a child in a playpen, and it ended up playing with him. It ended up just completely controlling him. Jacoby, I don't know if he believes in evil that way. He seems to view things so personally and so subjectively that I think he would look at the concept of evil and question whether there is such a thing. So I think when he views it more from a distanced, detached sort of way, and just sort of kind of like a scientist, but again, not a scientifically backed scientist, he repeatedly rejects scientific objectivity in favor of more the momentary experience of the individual. He is, like you said, watching a movie.
Yes, I think he's watching a movie. I think from that distance perspective, it's something that will affect him in a far different way thanks to that. I think the best perspective that I can give, the best example I can give using another piece of media would be the hole in Made in Abyss. It's a very... I really enjoyed the overall lore of the anime. I enjoyed the sort of
it's a manga that got recently adapted into an anime.
Yes.
Continue.
But regardless, it's something where people are able to descend into the hole itself, but trying to go away from the hole, it's where you're met with a film that is that's very thin, it's very nearly invisible, that when you try to poke past that overall film, that's when resistance can come. I think Jacoby, with his overall openness and sort of like thought onto that, when it comes to like that idea of evil, is able to pass through it with ease just because there's no resistances based on Jacoby. For the most part, I think Wyndham Earle, in the other extreme example, seeing it as a firm sense of evil, seeing it as a stopping nature, is the one who hits the wall the hardest when it comes down to it, and ends up shredding himself by results.
He has so much preconceived notions of what it's going to be and what it means for him.
Exactly.
And Major Briggs, then again, we have to do a little bit of grasping at straws because we don't know everything of Major Briggs' beliefs.
Agreed.
But if we do go by the biblical example, we do go by what he talks about and how he talks to Bobby, he approaches things with a sense of hope a lot more. He definitely is skeptical of the U.S. government by the end of season 2. He definitely is kind of worried that maybe he's been involved in some bad things. He worries that love may not be enough, but he still persists with that belief. Even though he knows deep down there is that fear that it might not be enough, he seems more resolved to move forward with that sense of hope and almost, again, kind of have a spiritual victory over things that I feel like for him, it's almost like the lodge and these spirits, they reflect your personal narrative, right? They reflect what you view these things to be going in, and kind of refract that almost like a kaleidoscope of colors. And I think that Major Briggs brings in that hope and redemption and goodness, his vision for Bobby being an example of that. Whereas, Jacoby brings in neutrality, and he gets neutrality. And that, I think, is, again, interesting. We've talked before about Jacoby being one of the most questionable characters in Twin Peaks, and I think that this does a lot to, again, solidify. He's not, mwahaha, rub my hands, I am evil. He isn't like that. He's reckless and irresponsible and selfish, but also at the same time empathetic toward the concerns. And I think one of the things in the book that most solidified that for me was his response when he first brings up Nadine. He says, like, the poor creature's whacked out. And like that's paraphrasing, but he identifies her as a poor creature. He has sympathy, but he also uses very blunt language of, man, she's just whacked out. And it's like simultaneously sympathetic to her, but also crude.
Yep.
And that is Jacoby.
That is quantifiably one Jacoby, yes.
And to kind of cap it off, we find out that in 1981, Jacoby's mother dies. He returns to Twin Peaks. He helps take care of his older brother, Robert, who had been diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, and he wants to continue his studies with Native American tribes in the region. Interesting, we don't get any conversations between Jacoby and Hawk for that reason. You would think he might want to at some point talk to him. But, alas.
There's only so much information that we can receive. We have to just trust the archivist at this point.
Speaking of alas, Catherine and Josie are also women, commonly referred to as lasses. So we get an extensive section talking about the Packard and Martell family histories. A lot of this stuff to me felt pretty similar to the Twin Peaks Access Guide. I wasn't fine-tooth combing it to see all of the discrepancies. I'll note some later that might have popped out especially or noted on the wiki. But a lot of it feels like it is similar to the guide, and a lot of my thoughts on that you can copy and paste from the guide discussion. We do find out that Jean-Jacques Renault, a weird amalgamation of Jean Renault and Jacques Renault, interspliced with Jean-Jacques Rousseau, right? That's who you think about when you hear that name. Jean-Jacques Renault, the ancestor, accosted Thomas Packard, and this is in the past, obviously.
Yes.
And mentions then of the Renault family making a fortune during Prohibition through crimes, more family, sins of the father type of thing. I just found it comical that the ancestor of Jean Renault and Jacques Renault is Jean-Jacques Renault.
Well, you oftentimes name like individuals off of past family members. I contain the middle name of one of my family members as my middle name.
Your middle name?
My middle name.
Not your two-part first name.
Not my two-part first name of the Unplugged. But no, what I'm trying to get at is it's a fun bit of lineage, but I also do agree it is hilarious to think that there was like I think that like the individual probably stands twice as tall as like a giant, if you will, and like goes in and out of a French accent.
I think it's just two kids in a trench
And
coat.
bite the bullet, baby.
It's just an awkward fusion. There are more mentionings of coincidental fires of unknown origin consuming business rivals of the Horns, such as a rival hotel that burned down 1 week before the Great Northern was open to the public. How unfortunate that these things happen through no one's fault.
No one's fault whatsoever.
So even if you haven't read the access guide, it heavily hints that the Horn family has been involved in arsonery, either directly or through hired hands, for centuries. Like, at least since the 1800s.
At the very least, it's the fun bits, dubious nature, etc., etc. I do agree, though. A lot of it is that sense of, like, feeling copy and paste. But on the same token, like, there's just some extra fun tidbits.
And again, not everyone has read the Access Guide, and by the time this book came out, the Access Guide was not as common to find. So it does make sense to retread some ground if it's important for the themes and ideas you're working with. And I guess I take it to be that one of the main reasons it's here is to show the idea of these repeating, recurring families. That it's yet another example of that. That seems to be the main takeaway of why even mention that these families had this history, is that it just keeps happening. Unless, as you're suspecting, things are breaking at the point of Twin Peaks. Things are deviating from their course, especially with the younger generation. We'll have to see in the return, I forgot to mention this earlier, we'll have to see in the return. Well, you'll have to see. I already know what happens in the return.
I'll have to see in the return something, whatever.
Well, when these other younger characters are older, presuming that they're there, are we going to see Audrey, Bobby, James, Donna repeating their parents or not? If they're in the show, if they're like that, what they're doing? Because if your theory is that they're kind of deviating from their parents, will that show a trickle effect 25 years later? Or are we the same thing as always?
Who knows? It depends on what story David Lynch wants to tell at the end of the day.
You believe David Lynch wants to tell a story where James is a biker god descending upon the wings from Valhalla. Like, maybe James went and got taken under the wing of Clinton Sternwood and learned how to become a true Viking.
And you're saying I'm wrong?
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying maybe. I could be spoiling the entire thing right now as a joke.
How dare you?
How dare
you? It was going to be a surprise. It's like a birthday ruined.
And you know what would brighten up any kid's birthday party?
Is a cat. Cat? I'm looking at our cat. Cat?
Seeing Pete and Kat Thurin dance. We get a cute retelling of Pete asking Catherine to the dance. But also at the same time as that cute dance scene is happening, Robert Jacoby is referring to Catherine as deceptively lovely, which is a funny turn of phrase. Because I know what he means by knowing Catherine from the show, but it is still a strange thing if, like, Robert Jacoby was paid $150 to write this history thing, right? And it's, like, public record, right? Anyone could just pick this up. He's just casually referring to one of the town's most, like, powerful businesswomen as deceptively lovely. It's like, okay,
honestly,
what are you trying to get at?
Like, to be called that? Like, I don't see, like, Catherine looking at it and being like, well, now I have to complain to someone. I think that she's, like, smirks like, you're damn right.
It depends, yeah. It depends on how much you want to lean into deceptive versus lovely, what connotations you read into that. I guess you could read it as positive only if you wanted to. And Catherine might just, again, view being deceptive as a good thing. So, raises questions. Agent TP kind of makes fun of the tone that sometimes is mentioned here with the positive traits between Catherine and Pete's early relationship. And the archivist, for their part, also jumps in to say that these sparks between them soon turn to daggers, belonging in the matrimonial hall of shame, as the archivist puts it. Apparently Pete... And I'm again, it seems like everything in the show would lead you to believe this, that Pete was the more amicable of the two, generally well-liked by the community, and his feelings for Catherine didn't seem to waver, whereas Catherine's did. Pete would estimate when asked that their relationship wasn't even, and he would estimate that he gave about 70% of the effort and Catherine gave about 30% of the effort, but as long as it added up to 100... it's okay.
Wait, there's no way for it not to add up to 100, Pete. I'm sorry, but if you're giving like a
90-10, it would still add up to 100. So
At
obviously,
100, it would still add up to 100. Like, no matter what, it would always end up with 100. Maybe that's just like the fun fated curse of this individual. And would someone pop in? Like, is it just like saying, like, if an affair came up where it was just like, hey, if someone came in and it was 96 and 4%, that 4%, now the whole cycle's broken. Now we got to rework everything, build it from. No, what are you talking about, Pete?
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense, and it's obviously not a healthy way to look at the relationship, but he's kind of quietly accepted and acquiesced to the idea that he is going to be in a one-sided relationship, that he still has feelings for her, but he has to just sort of passively endure her indifference. I think it's Robert Jacoby also notes that if Catherine Martell had positive traits, she kept them to herself.
Ow.
So pretty strong, damning words toward the marriage of Catherine and Pete, especially condemning Catherine while praising Pete as a cool dude. My question for you is, did you have any strong thoughts or inclinations emotionally, one way or the other, over this section? Do you disagree? Do you want to defend Catherine's honor? Do you want to condemn Pete? Do you want to do anything here beyond what Mark Frost, Agent TP, and the weird expression you're giving me on your face have already done?
It went down the wrong pipe, but I was able to hold it.
I just kept talking.
I was choking on water.
And I just kept going.
You kept talking. God, I'm trying to be freaking considerate for the pod, I swear.
I think I might keep that part in the edit. Just the part, okay, well, if it's you editing it or it's me editing it, they're entertain the idea of I make fun of your funny face you're doing, then there's a pause and you just start shouting that you were choking and I kept going. I think that'd be funny.
I agree. I do agree. Could you quickly summarize your question, because I was focusing on the fact that I was choking.
That's fair. I was asking if you had any thoughts on this section beyond what we've already stated, basically.
Not too much, other than the continued worried relationship that we end up having with these lovebirds. I think that the most that I can say is more so after a certain event that happens between Pete, Catherine, and a certain other person, if you will, a brother, if you will. You know him, you love him, and the name is Andrew. But Andrew is going to have to wait in the basement for a little bit. I want to talk a little bit about the other Packard, the unofficial Packard, because she's always there around the time of the Packards. Good old Josie Packard.
I like Josie.
You like Josie. Okay, moving on to Andrew. We're all done talking about Josie.
I really like Josie's character, and I think that this did a good job with Josie's character. So the Andrew Packard case, quote in quotes, is narrated by Kyle MacLachlan. And we later do get Agent TP saying that this is likely Agent Dale Cooper's writing as well. Bear in mind, this information is from Cooper's investigation. Now, I would hazard the guess, and maybe it's stated and I just missed it. I'm guessing that he investigated this for his own personal mission of giving Harry Truman, like, some closure. I don't know if he was investigating Josie on behalf of the FBI, on behalf of the Twin Peaks law enforcement, or on behalf of the Bookhouse Boys. Was it ever stated why he wrote this report?
I think that for the most part, I can only imagine he's writing up the report, especially with the point of response we get from Truman later on with a shaken hand, that it could be the need to look out for Truman, but it also could be for B, someone turned into a doorknob, and I kind of want to figure out how everything is going.
Well, and that's what's interesting is it doesn't really investigate the doorknob part. That's never mentioned specifically.
It's not mentioned specifically.
They do talk about the circumstance of her death, but that's not the primary investigation happening here.
It's not, but
it's more into her past.
How many official FBI reports would be kept, especially with the history of mystical pieces in nature being omitted from reports?
Right.
Where someone says, oh yeah, someone has been turned into a doorknob. Here are my thoughts.
And
I think that for the most part, that could be the FBI professionalism, or it could be a sense that if this was even attempted, would it be omitted?
Well, and the archivist has access to this document.
Yes.
But was it stated where it's kept?
No.
So,
and don't forget, like,
it's probably
Gordon
not just
Cole,
on the Bookhouse
one of the
shelf.
most freaking suspicious people in Twin Peaks, but more so the show and not the city. the town, the village of Twin Peaks. Regardless, the most suspicious individual...
shanty town.
The most suspicious individual, I would say, with the things going on, Gordon Cole passes it on to Agent TP. If there was ever hands to tamper with it, it would be probably this director of sorts.
I'm just going to wager that this case was not just sitting on the Bookhouse Boy shelf publicly available to anyone who walked by. I'm going to guess this was kept somewhat under lock and key, but was this high clearance that he could even talk about the big things, the big mysteries? Maybe not. Mm-hmm. Maybe there's a more classified, the secret history of the Andrew Packard case that's even above Agent TP's clearance. Who knows? So maybe it's not everything. I also thought it was interesting the performance that Kyle MacLachlan did give, and I'm curious your thoughts. It feels a bit understated in comparison to what we'd heard from Hawk's voice actor or Jacoby's voice actor. Mm-hmm. I felt like Kyle MacLachlan was not putting the kind of personality and energy that we associate with Cooper into this reading, the way that those two were for their characters. And part of it could very well be that, the actor is older. But again, Hawk and Jacoby's actors were older. And Cooper in this situation wouldn't presumably be older because given the note that was left by Truman, I think we're led to believe that this report was written somewhere around the ending of season 2. So this is still Cooper from that time period. I don't think it sounded like him.
The thing is that it's all about the formatting. Like a wine menu is going to read different than the kids' menu. And in this respect, we are having Jacoby and Hank, two people who I think... Thank you. Jacoby and Hawk, two people who, when they're making reports, I do believe these two people do not care about tone in their reports, as opposed towards Cooper, who could be trained up professionally with this, has a way of writing these overall reports. Even if there's an emotional intention behind it, I do think that cold, sort of like the way that he overall writes and tries to be very informative, is still fitting enough. I think that then the delivery of this very informative piece, I don't see much of Cooper's personality peeking out in either regard, thanks to it.
Twin peeking out?
Twin peeking out, correct, yes.
And you, when I corrected you on Hank and Hawk, we have heard Hank.
We did hear Hank,
so
yes.
That's not entirely true.
But it's more so in the respect of a report. We heard Hank, thanks to...
Reporting on his confessions.
Yeah, reporting on his confessions. But the literal reports from Hawk and Jacoby, they are... I do genuinely feel that they're very much more personality-driven.
So that's an interesting thing in of itself, then. So you do acknowledge there is that difference between Kyle MacLachlan here and Kyle MacLachlan as Cooper in the show.
I'm sorry to say that he's probably the most likely to be the most professional between the jury of Hawk, Jacoby, and himself.
My point, though, is that you are attributing that difference then to a purposeful decision, probably from Mark Frost, or whoever was directing Kyle MacLachlan, to treat this that way.
Or a happy accident.
I just think it, again, is notable that of the returning cast members, this feels the most deflated. And maybe, again, that is to fit the situation. Mm-hmm. But I also wonder, because I don't feel like Agent TP is deflated in that way. This feels more neutral and kind of cold. And that's where, again, considering where we left Cooper at the end of season 2, things get a little interesting of what we're hearing right now. Again, timelines.
Timelines, when things are written, when things are handled, how long have these personalities been where they are?
Is the Cooper narrated? What Cooper are we hearing? What state of Cooper are we hearing is debatable where we're at right now. Oklahoma. Speaking of time periods, ages, transitions, Andrew Packard got married at age 70 to Josie. Josie had the stated age of 19 or 21. I was kind of confused what was saying her stated age was, but it was revealed later she was actually 27. So 70-year-old Andrew Packard, 19 to 27-year-old Josie Packard, depending on which account you're going with in terms of her age. Professor, you are looking at me with the eyes of a madman.
I'm looking at you with eyes of a dead man.
Why?
Because
Are you trying to get in the way of true love?
Yes. Yes.
It was true love, though. Andrew Packard.
We know behind the scenes how it wasn't true love, though. Okay. Already there's like a creepy sort of dynamic already going on, especially with someone inside of power, overall romancing someone of this overall age and I'd imagine area of influence.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they're, like, if you put it towards these overall numbers and say things are arbitrary, no, they already were layers deeper on problems with this relationship. And it just keeps having more
Dougie
and more
Lana
problems.
again. It's fine.
No.
Again, I'm playing multiple levels of irony and sarcasm here. Josie's described, I believe it's Cooper referring to here, as a blushing bride, but nearly a child bride. And this is also notable that if, again, we're going by the stated age of 19 or 21, that is a lie that Josie is facilitating.
Yeah.
Josie is acting younger, acting more naive, acting more vulnerable than she really is, because she is setting traps upon traps. Mm-hmm. So it's creepy that Andrew Packard was going after her, because she was putting on an act of someone who barely understood English, someone who barely knew what she was doing, super young, in a very influential state of mind, and he seized that bait.
Yay. I love it whenever someone has a vulnerability kink.
Kink is a very nice word for what we're describing. She was a legal adult, thankfully, but...
Thankfully.
Yeah.
Bleh.
And since Josie claimed to not speak English, no one in Twin Peaks really knew much about her for a long time. It was basically the reason why she spent most of her time alone. Pete became one of her only friends. Noticeably, when he tried to teach her English, she picked it up suspiciously quickly. Almost as though she knew English already.
Yep, it's something in which...
And also mentioned...
Cooper acknowledges it to a point that it's like, yeah, anyone would probably pick this up, but Pete is the last of the party when it comes to that.
And she also picked up tennis very quickly.
He's a very trusting individual, yes.
I do find the tennis example funny, though, because I don't know if in her... I like to believe in the underworld crime industries, she's had to know how to do tennis. And it's been very influential for her business.
I don't know. Is that a fun little reference? I've never seen the Titanic. Does Love Ass play tennis on the Titanic?
Does who?
Love Ass, the guy who plays...
What?
The guy who plays Packard's alter ego. Or not alter ego. The one who plays Andrew
No, I'm not
Packard's
making
enemy.
a reference to Titanic.
Okay, yeah, no. I'm going on to a reference that, like, things have been referenced on other pieces of media. The only other thing I know of Josie's closest contact, Andrew Packard's enemy, Packard, is that he played a role on the Titanic.
I have no idea why Josie knows tennis.
It's a fancy thing to do.
It was just mentioned that when he taught her English, she picked it up quickly, and when he taught her tennis, she picked it up quickly, which... Okay. I think the logical way to read this to me is that Josie...
I got it. I know why she picked it up. Because if you are really good at tennis, you are really good at one-sided love. 15 love.
Can you put the applause effect
30
in there?
love.
Can you put the applause sound effect for yourself?
Yay!
That's not it. That's not it. Thank you. I think that's a great point. I was just going to make the comment that logically I take it to mean that she already knew English, she already knew tennis. The other way you could read it if you want to, though, is that she didn't actually know English. She's just very adept at picking up new skills very quickly. So she didn't already know tennis. She is just incredibly adaptable. And that feels in character. Fair. So I don't think that's a wrong reading if you just say that she just picks up things, and the reason tennis was brought up is to show that she didn't know English already any better than she knew tennis. She's just that good at adapting. Does that make sense? That makes sense?
No, absolutely.
I think both readings work. I still lean that she already knew English, but it could go either way. Josie's real name is Lee Chung-fung. The writer identifies her as Catherine's match in cold-blooded calculation, who hid her intentions under the guise of being this immigrant bride. We find out more of Josie's parentage, that her mother was a legendarily beautiful sex worker. Legendarily beautiful. Like, people would murmur rumors and myths and folklore about the beauty.
The Ruby of the Sea.
She was known as the lace butterfly. And lace does not just describe possibly the outfit, it might also describe things being laced, in the sense that she died from a heroin overdose. Getting some Blackie vibes from that
very
particular
much
character. The father, on the other hand, was a high-ranking enforcer, second in command of the largest triad in the region, who raised and trained his daughter. So we're seeing this kind of consistency. I'm not going to list all the examples of a case where one of the parents is like this kind of questionable, mischievous sort of entity, and the other one is like this very successful, powerful individual, and you merge the two into this child. So I feel like Josie being the product of these two individuals that does communicate ideas. At age 16, Josie organized and ran her own drug and prostitution ring. And there's a lot of negative things I could say about that, because generally, I do not recommend 16-year-olds run drug and prostitution rings. I think that's a bad idea. But can we at least agree she was doing more at age 16 than you and I ever did? Like, that's an accomplishment. That's an achievement. She's a go-getter.
I led student play at that time. Is that close, Kalil?
People feared Josie's father and the political, powerful might of his muscle, so they didn't testify against her. So kind of like with Audrey, right? She's got a powerful father who shields her a bit from the consequences of her actions. It's just unlike Audrey, her antics don't just involve poking pencils through styrofoam cups and telling some Norwegians that a girl died. They involve drugs and prostitution rings. Josie later formed her own fashion label, as you do, as a cover for her cocaine sales, as you shouldn't, and spread this fashion label and her influence also through cocaine sales through music, film, and entertainment industry in China in the 70s.
I kind of am curious, if you will, because we do see her fondness of fashion found through the series.
Yes.
I'm very curious if she's buying her own label in Washington.
Boosting those sales.
Well, for one, boosting the sales, but also probably like having a side job nearby there.
Yeah.
And that's where she can actually like spend some time away, if you will, get chasing passions.
Well, and that's kind of why I think this whole fashion thing is even in the book, is to kind of nod you toward the direction of when she left on those fashion trips, she also might be involved in her side businesses, right? That there might be some element of that she might have still been continuing some of those activities.
Yeah.
We just don't hear about it because it's not in the town of Twin Peaks.
Yeah.
Unprecedentedly, Josie was introduced into her father's triad through Blood Oath. Blood Oath. which wasn't very common, not only for a woman, but for a woman of her age to be accepted into the group, showing the amount of acclaim and kind of reputation that she had, and possibly also her father's influence carrying her through that. But she had made a name for herself. It is implied by Cooper that she likely arranged or carried out the hit herself against her father. So she either killed her father or made it happen. Having violated the triad's sacred oath and contract, she was now issued a death sentence on her life by the other members. Josie abruptly vanished and later appeared under unassuming aliases as Andrew Packard's new young wife. I don't think it's ever stated exactly what her motive would have been for killing her father. It's just implied by Cooper that she did it. And then that the triad suspected she did it, so she had to disappear and form a new life and new identity. Do you have any guesses, from what we know of Josie, why would she kill her father? That's I don't know about you, but I find that to be a pretty significant choice. In life, you make a lot of choices as a young adult. Murdering your father, who was in charge of this triad, a very dangerous organization, seems like a rather bold choice. You don't just wake up one day and just do that.
Well, for one, she ended up around the end of her life, from what we've seen in the show, trying to literally break off these past ties and just try to find a sense of freedom for herself. If she's got ties to the triad, if you will, especially with her overall history, trying to break free from that, I think that getting rid of the family figure would be pushing towards that overall ideal or goal.
So you think she was trying to get rid of her father to further distance herself from that life of crime?
Yes.
That's interesting. I mean, it seems like that wouldn't work, right? Because she's still a member of the Triad, and the other Triad members would still turn to her. If anything, wouldn't killing her father give her a more powerful position?
Killing her father would either A, give her a more powerful position that could grant her more freedom, or B, give a bad taste for the Triad of having someone who would try to murder her into a position where they would not accept her and try to alienate her.
She was just hoping for excommunication, not retribution killing?
For the most part, it just seems that murder is the biggest benefit if it's something that she is not too terribly close to her father emotionally.
That's the other question that calls into it is, what was her relationship like with her father? With her mother being a sex worker, I don't know if it's ever clarified if she really was connected to her mother much, or if her mother had not been around.
But running these overall sex rings and also drug rings and also recognizing the death of her mother in that same fashion, I don't think it's going to be something that she'll just shrug off. I do think that would have lasting effects and perspectives that she would have to constantly be reminded and living with as she is actively doing her job. And having a chance of either A, a higher position where she can distance herself from that, or B, a chance for her to try to escape by using the blood of someone that would actively try to chase her and probably try to reclaim her. I think that at the end of the day, it was just her best option for her best interest, I suppose.
I don't know what my opinion is. I'm still trying to figure out why I think Josie would have done that. We're not given enough evidence to really reach much of a conclusion. I lean towards saying it wasn't to get away from that life. I lean towards saying that she may have viewed her father as someone in the way of her success, that he was another potential obstacle for her to overcome.
Very well.
That either she wanted more influence and power within the group, and she was always going to be viewed as her father's daughter. And if he's no longer part of the picture, she can have more of an independent identity, and she can be viewed in her own respect as a member of this group. It also could be that he was in some way causing tension as a business rival, potentially within their dealings. So I look at it more likely that she was eliminating a potential threat to her rise, but it's just as likely that it was a method of escape, and that is interesting in of itself.
It's the thing that is the biggest benefit for Josie, and also the biggest detractor, is that there is so much shrouding Josie's character in any respect that there can be a myriad of readings, but also at this point, a myriad of takes on whether or not, like, this is where the character leans this way, this is the character that leans this way for information. We don't have much of personality traits other than her ability to twist situations. And that's, again, where I'm going off of just one sort of, like, idea and line at the very last moment. And as far as your information goes, I think that yours is very thematically telling for the situation.
And both of them work, is the thing. As far as Thomas Eckert, she'd gotten involved with him because she was seeking protection. She was using herself as collateral, it is stated. Based on the way things turned out over the next few years, Cooper, the one writing this, suggests that Josie and Eckert had a long plan in mind. That likely when she was going off with Andrew Packard, she had the full intentions of taking his wealth, power, money, and position, even at the moment of just becoming his bride. That this was something Eckert had also been in on. So she had, again, been in on it with Eckert before even Andrew Packard was really much part of the scene. And Andrew Packard was friends with Eckert to the point that Eckert might have known this was a weakness on Andrew Packard's part. So Eckert, strategically, even though they were friends, it was a business situation where if he removes Andrew Packard from the power play, it might benefit Eckert as well. Mutual gain for Josie and Eckert. I really do like the emphasis that's given as well by Cooper, describing Josie as having magnetic, quote, otherworldly beauty. Because, again, if it's Cooper writing this, I think it's potentially a nod, I read it as a nod, toward the pilot episode of Twin Peaks, which has one of the most confusing out-of-character moments in the series for Cooper, where when he's sitting there about to address the town of Twin Peaks on the death of Laura Palmer and the investigation, he turns to Truman and looks at Josie as she enters like, hey, who's the hot babe? So that line has always seemed really weird because nowhere else is it ever followed up upon in the show that Cooper casually referred to Josie as a hot babe upon first impression. The idea that Cooper writing this feels that Josie has a magnetic otherworldly beauty, again, you can say it's inherited from the mother almost, again, the repetition of things, that Josie is someone who has almost like a draw or a power to her that lures people in, the way that, again, echoes of Lana come in.
I think that it's notable for the intention of this overall piece being written and it being in the direction and sight of Truman. I think that more so from my reading, it's a subtle push from Cooper almost to put less fault onto Truman.
Right.
And less
Who could
ownership.
resist the otherworldly beauty?
Who could resist? It's something in which, like, she's very notable on. And after all the heaviness of, like, the origin of Josie, to then bring it into this, to have that relation and connect it back to whatever Truman might be thinking of Josie, I think is just Cooper's attempt of adding more closure to Truman. Like, associating him more and tying him closer to this report.
When we do get to the information about Josie's autopsy, it is stated that the cause of death is unknown. The internal organs appear healthy and functional. There's no internal or external wounds, and the body weighs way less than it should.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. We don't get any more clarity as far as the drawer knob scenario in this book. It's unclear if Cooper writing this knows about the drawer knob, because we as viewers, we see the drawer knob head on with the camera angle and see it twist and turn. Did Cooper see that too? I don't think that's clarified. No one ever acknowledges the drawer knob. So what do you think happened to Josie?
I don't have an answer for that.
So you don't think this book necessarily gave you any clues that would help you?
No, I do not, personally. I think that it gives us a fair amount of information for the sake of Josie's character, for the sake of Josie's history, that it's enough information to get forward to Truman to help him. I don't think that adding to the idea of closure or the mystical nature of, like, what truly happened to Josie is going to aid that, and thus having it not there or potentially taken out of the report is fitting. Or potentially having it taken out of the report is fitting.
So I kind of want to do a little bit of speculating right now. So
go for it.
In terms of Josie's death, obviously Bob shows up at the same time. It's unclear if Bob caused Josie's death or he was drawn to the events of her death that were kind of unrelated. Which way do you lean on that? Do you think Bob killed Josie? Or do you think Bob was drawn to the moment and didn't have anything to do with it?
I don't believe that Bob is an entity that just is like the initiator. I think that Bob...
Not a Grim Reaper.
No. I think that at the very... actually, no, Grim Reaper would be a big one. Like, but that's the thing. Like, the Grim Reaper comes to collect the soul. The Grim Reaper is an element that is physically there, but mostly because of the overall, like, untimely demise. Where, like, if someone was to, like, overdose on medicine, I don't think that's suddenly, like, physically the Grim Reaper that is like, okay, off with your head. No, the Grim Reaper is a guiding force with a very weirdly... A psychopomp?
A psychopomp.
A psychopomp?
Yeah, psychopomp. It's a phrase. I'm not an expert in this, but it's a phrase used to describe, like, a spiritual entity that guides someone into the afterlife.
Yeah, very much.
Not necessarily evil.
No.
So you're taking that because I've seen, I don't know, off the top of my head, I can't list any, but I've seen interpretations of the Grim Reaper, like, is actively death noting you out. Like, you are gone now. Death has come for you.
No, I've seen that. I don't take it into that because the most common end using that reading is someone coming to overall find, collect the souls because your time hath come.
And that's then again notable is that Bob's main kill count is from Leland as far as we know in the show. And Leland's the one doing the killing. Bob either is puppeteering him or is just kind of hanging out with him, depending on your interpretation of events.
Death acts through Leland through a potential mental escape that is Bob, but Bob is also exemplified as a form of death. So in that case...
So why is Bob there? That's the question we're trying to get at, I guess. Is Bob attracted to the pain and suffering that Josie's feeling? And he's come to eat some garmonbosia. Is he attracted to the pain and suffering that Harry and Cooper are about to be feeling? Was he attracted to all of the death because you kill enough people in one hotel and all of a sudden Bob is like, is that some Andrew Packard I smell? No. That's an Eckert.
I'm taking the neutral odds and ends of this overall strange force within Twin Peaks, this overall Black Lodge-like spirit that acts maniacal, is seen and foreseen as maniacal, but for the most part is just following Cooper on his journey, especially post like Leland death. And maybe a taunting force, but for the most part, is an influence on Cooper's end and Cooper's journey, and coming around because someone is now dead and is needing to be processed.
It's weird. Soul. Amid all the mysteries of Josie's death, honestly, the one that might be the most confusing to me is Bob's presence, even more than the drawer knob itself. Because I wonder if David Lynch or Mark Frost wanted Bob to be there. Like, did they give the okay? Were they even involved in that choice? Because Bob only appears in a select number of instances.
Very select number of instances.
Usually in the Palmer household or around a Palmer.
Yes.
Having him specifically appear in the Great Northern around Josie, unattached to anyone. This is after he left Leland, has not found a new host. That has some implications that are kind of curious to just do it.
I think that it's because of his presence inside of the Black Lodge or the Red Room, his overall presence when it's dealing with someone such as Wyndham Earl, and the presence of him inside of this room. I'm just linking those together. The Black Lodge as well as the White Lodge is processing souls. We see people with different colored eyes, possibly representing either a husk of a being or potential soul, however you want to interpret that, and literally like bringing this person in, if you will. And the ultimate fate of being trapped into the drawer knob, maybe that is what Josie is undergoing, or is the ultimate fate of Josie while this process is going through. It's, again, that question of what happens when you're in the Black Lodge for every individual. What's consistent? What inconsistent?
Right.
What happens when you fail? So far, the most that we've got is that Cooper bashes his head onto a mirror and sees the reflection of Bob.
I'm not completely convinced that when Bob was written into the Josie death that they knew what they were doing with it. They might have had ideas. They might not have. I don't know. What I will say is that when we get the concept of Garmin Bosia solidified in Fire Walk With Me later, I think that does work in the sense of, for my own readings, there would be a lot of pain and suffering involving this incident. Obviously, you've got Josie's pain and suffering. You've got Andrew Packard and Eckert's pain and suffering. You've also then got Cooper suffering by failing again to save someone. And then you've got, although not directly there at the moment, Truman suffering, which I would see as the biggest form of suffering. And if we do say Bob is behind this in some way, which I know we're kind of leaning, at least you're leaning against that idea. But if we entertain that idea for a moment that Bob orchestrated this death of Josie in some manner, I think that there is a sense in which that would be effective at chipping away at Cooper, because not only did he fail to save someone, it completely wrecked Truman, who was Cooper's closest person in Twin Peaks, his closest relationship, and it fractures that connection that he has. So it might have been, if it was purposeful, a means to an end of further weakening Cooper's resolve through Harry Truman, through Josie, through a drawer knob. With Truman's note at the end of Cooper's writing in this book, Truman does acknowledge kind of what Cooper is saying when Cooper says that it's always better to know than to not know, which could maybe give an idea of why Cooper wrote this for Truman in the first place, is he wanted Truman to know the truth, that matters even if the truth is painful. And Truman responds in his handwritten response, "Someday I'll probably agree with you." I like that. I think that's very well worded.
I think that is a very strong end to it.
So my question for you, just kind of generally, do you agree with Cooper that it is always better to know than to not know?
I can't remember if this was personal or if it was in a separate podcast, but I will say that is a very contested thing, even into my mind today, thanks to RuneScape.
I don't remember this story, so please go ahead.
So one of the most influential things for me as a writer, as an overall entertainer, and even personal, like, I suppose everyone's their own philosopher, but, like, taking in my own philosophies, I once did, like, fully believe the truth is always better. The truth is something dissectable. I took a very scientific approach towards the truth. That all changed and became much more of a gray to me after I played RuneScape and was given a, like, membership and was playing it, because there's one specific quest.
Can I give context? RuneScape, for those who don't know what it is, came out in the early 2000s, I believe. It is an old internet online game, an MMORPG, basically where you go and you do fantasy adventure type stories with people online. Still around today, old kind of thing. A lot of people got into it in our age demographic when they were kids.
Yes, thank you. But with this, there was one quest that I came across, and again, the usual lore junkie that I am, I like going through all the cutscenes, I like trying to discover more about the pieces, and I go piece by piece, lore by lore, like quest by quest, and this game is amazing for that. This specific one went over this creature known as the Slug Queen, if you will. There were these mind-controlling slugs that, when they attached to you, that's when your mind was then absent. Like, it was now up to the slugs acting like this mental fungus.
So Bob to Leland.
Bob to Leland, yes. But the thing is that they would not retain any memories. So as soon as, like, you remove these slugs from these people...
Innocent as a babe in the woods.
Innocent as a babe in the woods. They'll feel like weeks have passed, months have passed. The Slug Queen had a host as well, but when you detach the woman from the Slug Queen after defeating the Slug Queen, it was an elderly woman, if you will, and her body could not handle the combat that was happening there. So when her body descends... and, like, this frail, limp body is just lying on the ground and you approach it, you hear her say, "Mom, Dad? Where's my mom? Where's my dad?" And, like, this old woman panicking because she was taken as a child and was used for all that time. And you have one choice. Nothing about it. You don't get any separate rewards. You don't get any sort of, like, shifts in anything. And it will not change anything other than whatever it's left with the player. But you have the choice of responding with it, where it's like, "Where's my mom and dad?" You either tell her the truth in her, like, dying bed, or you end up letting her live a false lie. And you could choose to lie and just say, like, they're just away, it's going to be okay, and let her pass that. Or you can, as someone who overall always followed the truth, told her the truth, and I chose to tell the truth. I don't believe you knew she was dying at the time. But when you tell her about this, and her eyes grow wide, and she panics, like her mind can't comprehend what's going on, that, like, she's been in this state forever, as she dies from shock, you are just left with that sort of, like, empty space and empty room as she lets off her final breath, and your character's there. There's no one to comfort you. There's no one to say it's going to be okay. There's no one to say you're right or wrong. Just that sort of, like, death of that character limply. That... I know that was a bit of tangent, but that is something that lives with me so strongly that when being told about how the truth is always better, I do see an appeal of living that lie or having that lie comfort you, especially when a time in which your mind may need it. Like, I don't think that it's very black and white.
And I think if we're taking it away from fiction for a moment, there's real-world implications for situations where people encounter memory loss. I have a family member right now who is going through what looks like early stages of Alzheimer's or dementia.
Yeah.
And obviously that factors in when you get to a later stage of that. What do you try to correct and what do you just quietly allow to be the thought process? And I won't get into mine as much because I don't want to do spoilers, but the video game series Nier. There's an original game called Nier that recently got a re-release called Nier Replicant, same game. And then there's Nier Automata, which is the sequel, kind of. And both of those games have story elements, some optional and some required, that involve making a choice between telling a hard truth or accepting a quiet lie. You and I played through the original Nier fully, and you would know what I'm talking about when I say the Lighthouse Lady. That's the thing I think of when it comes to this. There are other examples. There's one in Automata that I'm thinking of that I won't spoil for you in case you ever actually finish that game.
One day, Automata will be finished.
So if you're interested in kind of the implications and morals of lies versus truth, and you like video games, I'd recommend Nier.
Yeah.
I like the original Nier, but Replicant's very similar. And then Nier Automata. They both have elements of that. And I generally, in those games, when given the choice, I have geared toward telling the truth. It sucks, though, in one of those choices, the game rewards you if you do one of the choices. I wish it didn't do that.
Yeah.
I wish it didn't reward you for your choice. But anyway, tangents aside, it is a complicated question. And Cooper believing that the truth is always the priority, I think it fits his character. I think it fits his character as someone who is so direct, so matter of fact in some things, and so blunt in some ways, that he would pursue that truth, even if the answers end up being very dark and unfortunate. I would also say that if we graft his ideology of it's always good to know the truth, would you say Major Briggs feels that way? Because I think he does. Based on the way he questions his own involvement in Season 2 with the American government, and based on what he does under Haloperidol, where he's talking about is love enough.
I don't think that it would go that far.
I don't think he takes it as extreme as Cooper.
I don't think he takes it as extreme as Cooper, but I think that living with regrets and understanding where one has gone too far does not mean that they will be gravitated to the polar opposite. I think that there's still possibility for a balanced outlook. Like, he still does keep some information away from people. He does, except when he has to, like, let down that guard and then bring it forward. I do continue to believe that if you had to put a perfectly balanced, as all things should be, character into Twin Peaks, I do think that Briggs walks that line well.
He seems to, at least. And going back to, again, Truman's notes, Truman said, someday I'll probably agree with you. I think it's interesting to consider what Truman must have felt when reading Cooper's report, because Cooper was no doubt, well, I shouldn't say no doubt, because I'm already suspicious of what kind of mentality Cooper's in. Because, okay, so I'll get back to it in a second, but Agent TP makes a casual reference that Truman probably found this report on Josie after Cooper left town. After Cooper left town is after Season 2, i.e. after Toothpaste. We do not know what that Cooper is like. So we don't know exactly how soon, like where in the timeline he wrote this letter. Right? We don't know that.
We don't know.
So that makes Cooper's intentions.
Wording, yes.
So if it's the Cooper that we're more familiar with in Season 2, up until the end, I would assume that Cooper wrote this note to give Truman closure, to tell him the truth, and insist that the truth is important. You deserve to know what really happened with Josie. It might help you move on if I just tell you what happened. And if that's the case, Truman can read this, and even with Cooper's best intentions, he could just be opening the wounds. Like, making Truman read this, it's just facing more uncomfortable truths. Like, how much healing and help is it really to Truman to read that Josie was this person? How much is it going to help Truman move on to know that Josie did all these things, like murdered her father, was in charge of a drug syndicate and prostitution ring at 16, that she did all these shady things? Is that going to bring him comfort? Is that going to help him? That's really debatable. And in the moment Truman's reading this, it probably is awful. It is probably horrendous for him.
It's where his response is especially notable on, like, how he's even trying to face it at this time.
And he thinks that maybe over time he'll come to agree with Cooper.
But at the same time, Cooper is not, I would say, even with the best intentions, is not the specialist that he may need.
Yeah, does he understand the impact of his words? Like, is this the best thing to do right now?
Yes.
I know that, Cooper, you might think that telling Truman the truth right now is going to set him free, but do you really know that that's actually the best help for your friend? I don't know. I think his philosophy might be getting in the way of his sort of care. I think anyway. My point, though, is that if it is the Cooper we saw with the Bob reflection, since we don't know what happened to that one, then there's the question of, okay, well, what if Cooper doesn't have the best intentions? What if this letter is, doppelganger Bob Coop writing this letter? Oh, yes, the truth will help you, but it's actually to make Truman feel miserable for the suffering.
Because that's where more conflict is going to happen. It's the
You rip open the stitches over the wounds, and again, maybe he is trying to make things worse.
A lot of the events that we see inside of Twin Peaks are thanks to the friction of ideologies when it comes to the comfortable lies or the uncomfortable truths, where it's like the pursuit of these truths can overall lead towards one's demise. It's something where if one comfortably lives inside the background, none of these conflicts can ever arise. And if we believe more into the FBI Dale Cooper book, there could be forces that guide and just try to nudge individuals to try to seek out these things.
Drastic conversation shift at this point.
We'll see. What's the next fun topic you
So
got?
I want to return to Andrew Packard specifically and talk a little bit about what we learn about his character. Mark Frost gets to narrate a news report by Cyril Pons, the character that Mark Frost played very briefly in Twin Peaks, the news reporter. So Cyril Pons, Mark Frost, gets to report about Andrew Packard's death, well, his first death. And when Andrew Packard blew up supposedly on the boat, Mayor Dwayne Milford made a comment that Andrew was like a younger brother to him, like a brother I never had, which is just incredibly like stinging toward Dougie, which Agent TP does butt in to point out, which I wish she hadn't. This is another one of those cases where I wish she wouldn't have said anything, because when I read it and he makes a comment that, yes, like the brother I never had, I was like, oh man, that's a burn. Ouch. And then I just wanted to keep going. But she has to jump in and say, well, we all know that he does in fact have a brother. Like, thanks. I know, I understood. So for me, because I already kind of got how that's a burn, I didn't need someone to explain it to me.
But on the same token, I can also see a value into that, seeing as those who would... I don't know many people who say the brothers that I've never had when they've already got, like, an established family.
Yes, if there was a real person remarking upon this thing, this is a thing to remark upon. And also with enough inconsistencies and weird things in the book, it's good to know this one is actually on purpose.
Yeah.
Also, Cooper suggests that Andrew Packard had killed someone or had someone killed to be in the boat that staged his death, which is kind of wild. I mean,
it's not the first or last time that we had a situation like this. Might I show you the position of the pond? But the fact that people are like willing to go upon those bounds without trying to reach the Black Lodge, they do exist. It's just, the lengths that this person will go to make sure that there's a body in the lake and have it confused for himself is, I won't call it admirable, but I will call it notable in the most, you certainly did it, man.
Like,
good
the
job.
best case scenario is that he is friends with the morgue and he's able to just acquire a recent dead body.
And bring it to his boat.
Yes.
Across town and put it in that boat.
It's weird, it's creepy, but at least he's not murdering anyone.
But at the same time, like, we're dealing with Andrew Packard, who's also connected to Eckerd. Forgive me if I can believe that this is the moiterer.
No, I think he did. I think he did do it. It's just like, I
don't try to find the best reaction to this guy.
I don't know. Even if he is on the Freemason side, I don't think he's a good guy. I'm very skeptical of that. And the fact that he, again, went for Josie, I think says a lot about his inclinations. Cooper says that Josie was smart as a snake. But once Andrew Packard knew who she was, Andrew Packard was smarter. And this section, I think, does make a case for Andrew Packard being one of the most cunning Twin Peaks characters in an already cunning cast. I think when I watch the show, when I watch season 2, I don't think of Andrew Packard as being like top 10 smartest Twin Peaks characters. Because to me, when I'm viewing it, he gets overshadowed by Catherine and Josie being more of the power players.
Yeah.
But when the book kind of goes to emphasize that he already knew the death was going to happen, he acquired a body, put it in there, negotiated this whole like 1 year long hiding to then do all these things, and he did come out victorious at the end. Yeah, it does make a case that Andrew Packard is incredibly cunning.
I think that he is cunning in some regards, but the fact that his overall goal took a fair chunk of his life.
Yeah.
And
it did take his life at the bank.
Yeah, it did take his life at the bank.
He took the bait that Eckerd had.
I think that he can be his own subdued chess player, and sure, his plans do come into fruition. It's just is still funny in a regard on like how much detail went into all of this Rube Goldberg machine building.
Well, it's interesting in terms of karma justice and karmic justice. Andrew Packard, Eckert, and Josie destroy themselves, right? Like, they just end up dead very rapidly in succession over their own, like, cunning.
Yep.
All of their plans came to fruition at the same time, and they just imploded on themselves. And Andrew Packard, if he had not just gone to the bank and not investigated this box, would have been fine. And logically, you should not trust Eckert just giving you a present. This sounds incredibly bad. And it's like, Andrew, why didn't you send, like, just Pete to the bank? Why would you go with?
Because he's already won.
That's what I'm thinking.
Victory lap.
He's got some blind spots.
Or at the very least, he knows Eckert well enough that he wouldn't do that, and maybe someone else would have probably done that instead of that stead. Maybe a certain woman and so on.
So you still think Catherine?
I very much still keep on focusing on that because I can't help but see the craftiness that is overall Catherine.
So then
her continued behavior throughout the series.
What I was going to get at then is that if we take Andrew Packard supposedly being more cunning than Josie, more cunning than Eckert, you would say the one person that usurps him is Catherine.
If it wasn't for that scene where they are putting the key underneath the glass cage, maybe I would give more faith to Packard, the boy Andrew. I would give more faith.
The boy Packard. He's like 90.
The young lad.
Yeah.
I would probably give more faith, but it's specifically that scene that continues to just like shake the cage for me enough so that I can actually kind of like vaguely see Catherine's image just beyond.
What's so interesting then is that Catherine, if we view it as intentional and she did succeed in her plan, it ended up horribly going wrong for her then. Because
why?
The book at least phrases it that Catherine ended up alone.
She
ended up alone in a kind of way where she became a recluse. No heirs, no brother, no husband, no rival in Josie. And furthermore, the thing that she acquired through all these dealings with Ben, at least to this point, ended up kind of falling apart when the lumber industry went on decline, and Catherine abruptly closes the mill and sells the property to Benjamin Horne. So if we're going by the way the book frames it, it consistently describes her life thereafter as generally quiet, lonely, and unfulfilling in a very specifically negative sort of tone. And you can work against it by saying that she had money, but I don't know if that would be a happy ending for Catherine to have all this money, but nothing left, doesn't even own the mill anymore. Her family's like history of being the proud Packard lumber mill ended with her line, and there is no one to inherit it after.
I think that as far as that goes, I do think that there is a valid reading when it comes to like a tragedy of someone who ends up standing on top of the hill only to find that no one else is around that hill. I do believe in that stake, and I want to make sure that I think that that is interesting in some capacity. I think very notably, if this person is reclusive and there is an external force like making an account, I think that bias is already under some form of suspect. On how much she overall inherits the means of the family history. The family history sucked for the Packards for the most part. That sure, maybe she could somehow try to claim that overall spot for herself and just say, yes, no, I am now above it all. But with the audience that continues to sort of perpetuate these tales of the women that have done wonderful things for the Packard family, only to be overshadowed by the males because they happen to be male of the overall force. I think that, for the most part, there's not much for her to really enjoy from that. I think the most thing that she's going to miss from these encounters, judging by the controlling nature of Andrew, judging by the history of the family, is maybe arguably Pete, in which they were starting to have some sort of like connection. But that could also have been part of Catherine's plan. Do I really believe that Catherine might be lonely because the people around her are no longer around her? Maybe. But I also don't have that much evidence on like how much she held and valued that. I don't know how much she holds and values those overall connections and how much connection she even wants or even needs inside of Twin Peaks. I think that for the most part, having people seeing her as the recluse, overall having this fortune to herself that she's able to spend or focus on things that are outside Twin Peaks from people poking their nose in, from getting away from the lumber industry before that overall issue and collapse, everything seems to potentially go well for an idea of a retirement for Catherine, because I don't see her just sort of like sitting still just to her own devices, just because everything has turned sideways as far as this new dynamic. I think that this is just the quietest form of retirement, and we're getting that external point of view that, oh, pity the person who lost so much.
As a Catherine fan, you've been a Catherine fan for a while. If this ends up being the end of her character, because we don't know if she's in the return or not. Well, I do, you don't. Would you be satisfied with this ending for her, or do you want to see her return in the return?
I don't care who returns in the return. You could give me a whole new cast for the return. You could suddenly put everyone from Seinfeld into the return, and that's the complete cast. What I'm trying to get at is
Twin
that
Peaks Seinfeld Twitter account.
That's amazing. What I want to get at is that I still have my train mindset. I don't mind where the train takes me. For Catherine to return or not return, if like there was no return whatsoever and it ended with the book, I think that this is still enough to chew on mentally that I'm extremely satisfied. Whether it is, again, that tragic overall tale of someone who lost so much, or if it's going to be the mental image of the person who put sunglasses on the beach that got away with it, is like, yeah, job's done and only we know about it. I think that there's so much nicely fulfilling here that I don't feel betrayed if I see her or I do not see her in the next iteration.
Now, if she does come back in the return, what do you imagine her story would be?
Whatever David Lynch wants it to be.
So you don't think there's like a natural like next thing for this character?
From the way Twin Peaks was handled with the many writers and the many directors, and then also looking at David Lynch's catalog and how much David Lynch has been involved, I don't believe that there is necessarily a natural segue. I think that there's just many paths and many opportunities anyone can take. I think it's open enough that if one does choose to reuse the character, there's a lot of fun things to explore. And the fact that even the continuity is questionable and things have been shifted inside this respect, I don't even care if this is not counted for or discounted or put through. I think that Catherine Martell is just a fun character to play with.
Okay, interesting. I also wanted to highlight that the authorities never confirmed the death at the bank of being Andrew Packard. Cooper figured this out and reported on it, so Truman would have known. But they must have decided not to make that public, at least at the time of this archiving and reporting and this being found in 2016, meaning that they just kind of quietly agreed, those who knew, at least Truman and Cooper, kind of quietly agreed that they're just going to let it be that Andrew Packard died on the boat in the past. He never lived, he never came back, which I think is interesting for how much Cooper says you need to know the truth. The truth's the most important. Not for the public, I guess.
Cooper is not exactly the one in which I imagine he would not feel he's the one to give that news. I don't think he gives himself the responsibility for that. He's talking to a friend, so letting those ideologies be shared makes more sense with that overall close friendly connection.
The simpler story where Andrew Packard died a long time ago and nothing ever happened to complicate it is more digestible.
It's digestible, and not to mention, historically speaking, if there were these sort of like complications, wrenches thrown in, what would that do for the general image, especially with someone that is part of a founding family?
No, Andrew Packard's considered very upstanding in the town.
Exactly. So trying to do that is just either going to make people upset, or it's just going to be something that's going to be quickly lost thanks to the influence.
The irony, though, is that if you're right about Catherine, The irony is that by letting sleeping dogs lie and protecting Andrew Packard's reputation, they have forever prevented anyone from finding out who actually killed him.
It's the perfect freaking job.
Exactly.
I'm sorry.
That's
it's
what I'm
just so
saying, though, is
fulfilling.
that if they're unwilling to pursue what happened and they're just going to let it lie and pretend it never happened, Catherine gets away. So yes, he gets his legacy, but he does not get justice.
She gets to overall have all the fortune, and judging by the sweet, sweet number that was on the overall papers that Catherine could sign the mill over for, she does not have to share a cent with anybody with that. Not towards her overall husband, especially if things go awry and like a separation ever is bound to come, because when you're dead, you don't have to split any earnings. It doesn't have to do anything for Andrew Packard, which if he comes back to light and has this fortune, likely ownership will fall back onto him just because of how it seems like everything is passed on. Catherine gets everything at the end. And whether or
Ben
not
gets his property.
Ben does get his property, but I don't think that mattered too much to Catherine.
So your reading of Catherine is that all that mattered to her, was it winning or was it the money? Because she doesn't have anything to like show. She doesn't have the mill anymore. She doesn't have any prestige. She kind of doesn't really have any connections. She recluses. So what do you think is the thing she wanted most?
What she wanted most? At the end of the day, she wanted... I don't think that was as narrow of a goal, but at the same time, I think she does do something similar to her brother, where she's able to see steps, she's able to take individual steps with them, and she's able to reach the goal at the time. In the end, it's about the challenge, the fight, and the victory at the end, especially whenever we see encounters with her sort of like sharing jabs with someone such as Benjamin Horne. What does she really gain from these encounters other than just toying and just overall kind of showing a sense of superiority? Who knows? Overall, it's just about the victory in the moment for Catherine.
I like your reading. I do like your reading. I will poke against it in the sense that if that is what she valued so much, then I wonder if she lives, there 10, 20, 30 years, and she doesn't have that anymore. She doesn't have any brains to battle against.
How much does this overall victory fuel it? How far does the gas go until this tank is empty, and will she overall die before the tank empties?
That's the thing, is this fulfilling? She got what she wanted, but is that enough? Is it ever enough? Humorous note, though, about Andrew Packard is that this book does confirm, if we're going by the same continuity as the show, that Andrew Packard legit was walking around the Great Northern and at the bank while everyone assumed he's just dead. Because we were kind of wondering when we were watching it, he just walks through the town and enters the bank, and I'm like, do people know he's alive at this point? No one knew he's alive. So Andrew Packard not only went for the bank himself, but has no problems with the fact that anyone can just see him. And he is one of the most recognizable people in the town. He is one of the most famous residents of the town. Anyone could just see him and be like, that's Andrew Packard. And he still goes in person. I think if there was ever a case to make about his own confidence, that's a confident move.
It is
hiding in plain sight.
It's something where, again, it seemed like he was getting to the conclusion of his journey, so what's there to hide anymore? But on the same token, this is what happens when you just sort of barrel in, I suppose.
I'd be curious if someone would have just approached him wait, you're Andrew Packard, right? Because all we got was Del Mibbler, who was kind of confused as it was. But I'm imagining just if someone had actually been like Hawk was randomly at the bank or something, how he would have responded to questioning.
I don't think that he would be held to be kept for questioning.
No.
He'd feel he's so important
Right.
that he'd just barrel through. It does not matter who you are.
Why, yes, I am Andrew Packard. Anyway, if you'll be excusing me. I'd just be curious on how he'd handle it. And again, kind of brushing around the details here, but this does give us confirmation that there were 3 dead in the bank explosion and 1 injured. The deaths are Andrew Packard, Pete Martell, and Del Mibbler, and Audrey was injured, unconscious, and in critical condition. I want to note that Pete Martell, it is described, has likely, or had likely, intentionally shielded Audrey from the blast by kind of moving in front of her. I like that detail. I think it's in keeping with his character.
It is.
The way that he kind of
sad.
cared for and gave attention to Audrey even toward the end of season 2, he was a nice guy. And he had elements of mischief that you and I have noticed. But would I believe that the moment there's an explosion, he would just on instinct jump in front of Audrey to help her? Yeah, I kind of do believe that. And I think that's a fitting end for his character. Obviously, if the actor passed away, the character is said to have exploded in a bank, I don't think you should be expecting him in the return. Maybe recasting is an option. Maybe retconning the bank explosion is an option. But it seems by all accounts, this is likely the end of this character right now.
I think that at the end of the day, if Lynch is handling it, I don't think he'd ever want to replace the role if it was Jack Nance.
Yes.
Like that's just like me looking at it from maybe too much of an emotional lens, but I have a strong inkling at the very least that this is the conclusion, and to have it in a way that shows one of the more positive aspects of Pete.
Yeah.
Is nice. It's better than him leaping around Audrey.
Trying to get out of the way. Push Del Mibler
Again,
into
there
the
were
explosion.
questionable things with Pete in certain moments, but no, overall, having that as final, it's a good sort of final note.
And I remember when I was reading this book for the first time.
What did Andrew Packard do? What did Del Mibler do? Just
I mean, it's a bomb. What would you do if a bomb exploded in front of you?
Leap behind Audrey.
Leap behind Audrey. But I remember when I was reading this for the first time, I was borderline edge of my seat interested the moment they started getting to Audrey's fate, because as someone who liked Audrey's character, and she was one of the characters most uncertain by the end of season 2, whether she's alive or not. When it mentioned that when it mentioned 3 dead, 1 injured, I'm like, oh, and then it mentioned Audrey, oh, and I was just really interested. I'm curious because you've expressed some different sentiments on not really being too concerned whether certain characters show up or not. When you heard that Audrey had survived but was in critical condition, emotionally, how did you feel? Did you feel a sense of relief that this character you like is alive? Do you feel anything? It would be just the same as if she had been blown up.
Not surprised. Out of all the characters to live and choosing the youngest out of them,
right?
Yeah, not too terribly surprised.
Do you feel a form of relief or comfort in this?
No. Again, if I'm not surprised, there's nothing coming out of me.
Okay.
It's a sense of oh, you made it, and then I turn the page. If it was someone such as Del Mibler, I might have more of a reaction to. Is oh, really?
The reason why I guess I asked that is because I remember when I was watching the season 2 finale, it felt like anyone could die and anything could happen. It felt so extreme that the idea of Audrey dying in the bank explosion to me was possible. It was never guaranteed she lived.
It was something that was possible, but as far as the event goes, this seems to be the most, out of the ice cream flavors, this is the most vanilla option.
Is that on purpose?
No.
How did that happen? Well, how did you hit it?
My toe is next to the soundboard.
Well, get your toe away from the soundboard. That's how I emotionally felt when I heard Audrey had lived. So, anyway, a lot of things are going on with Audrey and Ben, even though it's a pretty short section of the book, because Audrey had left a note for Ben Horn the day of the bank explosion. First time we're hearing about this, wasn't in the show. And in that note, Audrey admits to being selfish, being mean, her whole life, spoiled rotten, but she's like, look, I'm not blaming anyone for that. Not blaming anyone anymore. She's taking responsibility for her actions, and that starts now with this letter. And in that letter, Audrey calls out Ben's plans. She accuses Ben, not just accusing she thinks it, but confirms that she knows it, that Ben was planning to tear down Ghostwood Forest and put up tacky neighborhoods and shopping centers. That he was lying about Operation Weasel Saving or whatever, that it was all a front. He still wanted the property, and once he gets his hand on the mill, and once he gets his hands on the location, he's taking everything over, he's tearing it all down. And it's suggested along with this then, kind of tonally, that Ben and Audrey did not reconcile like they did in the show. In the book version of events, it would indicate that Ben did not have a change of heart and that his daughter and him had not met eye to eye.
And there's something very notable amongst that too, and that's mostly between the Confederacy and the Union.
Yes.
Where what?
Yes. Mm-hmm. So in the book version of the Civil War reenactment, Ben surrendered. In the show version, Jacoby surrendered. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So it reversed the circumstances.
And by that notion, like the big question of, say, for example, the ending of season 2 was that it was Ben telling the truth. Was Ben being truthful? Is this a true change or is this a facade?
It was always possible that he was lying.
It was always possible that I was lying. I think that this alternate sort of like reality take of events is something indirectly and kind of like pulling the tip cloth underneath the glass in this respect of saying the change in Benjamin Horne seems to have been true in the season 2 finale, and the lack of change found when the other side won in the show.
To me, this is huge.
This is
like
yeah,
if we were like categorizing discrepancies, this is like a class A super concern.
Yeah.
Because there's no way Mark Frost wouldn't have had access to the show. And it's very clear who surrenders and which side wins. And although it's possible Ben Horne was lying in the show, I think one of the things we can say is it seemed very much that Audrey believed him.
Yeah, and
that's a pretty apparent thing. Audrey and Ben were on much better terms by the end of season 2.
Between the reconciliation as well as just that sense of belief, yes. And not to mention, like, as far as this document goes, it doesn't go into some of the proposed changes of Benjamin Horne. He could have just said everything changed for him and still behaved as he usually did and still put up the overall offer of the Ghostwood sort of like Weasel project. But I do think that the small events that happen with Benjamin Horne giving off this new identity and personality was enough of a wrench that I'm almost convinced. If it was only the reveal that he had been lying, and it was only the change that Audrey was revealing that, it would be hard for me, but still possible to reconcile it with the show. But the fact that we have a clear switch with the Civil War, that is not something you can just accept both versions. One cannot be the other. So you're either dealing with a retcon, where now Mark Frost is changing what the show did, or you're dealing with an alternate series of events. Now, you seem to lean toward the alternate series of events approach rather than him saying, I'm going to scribble out the season 2 choice. I'm Mark Frost. I'm co-creator. This is now the version we're going to go with for the future. Why do you think it's more likely an alternate series of events rather than rewriting the original? Well, actually, I'd say close to 3 reasons, but we'll see how many I end up listing at the end of this.
Ooh, I'm excited.
For one, this book has constantly put forward a cautious eye to information that you are being fed and the realities of the actual information, being such things as the UFO incidents and also bringing up the real event of people seeing things but then something being overwritten in order to say, no, this is how things were. Like, overwriting an idea and turning the perspective on its head, that's already been present inside the book. So that's already one thematic conclusion with that. Another thing is, what does this do? Now, either it'll feed into that conclusion, or it's changing the Civil War and retconning it. What does Mark Frost gain as a writer for that? What does Mark Frost gain? Or, like, if we were to say for the characters of the Archivist or Agent
Copy
TP,
and paste that question for several continuity discrepancies that I have to point out later.
In this respect, the only gain comes from the fact of Benjamin Horne's potential differences. You can only really gain something from that if this is an alternate series of events, because then that says a lot more about the character. Otherwise, it's just a weird note.
So when you read this, then, do you think that this is like, if not outright confirmation, at least strong evidence pointing to the idea that this book takes place in an alternate reality from Twin Peaks Season 2?
Either alternate realities from Twin Peaks Season 2 or rewritten history based off of whoever needs to rewrite it.
Okay, because it's possible, that is a good point, that the result hasn't actually changed from the show, but that it was in someone's best interest or just straight up oversight that in the account of it, the archivist has the wrong information.
Tell us about those UFOs, yes.
Audrey also alludes to the potential of a prison being developed on Ghostwood land. This is something that was indicated in the access guide.
Yes.
The idea of putting a prison over Ghostwood.
Yes, and with very much ownership now, very much directed to the pointed fingers of Benjamin Horne.
I remember when I first heard this, finding this part very interesting because, again, the return did not come out yet. And the idea of building a prison over Ghostwood, considering what the woods around Twin Peaks are known to do and be, the idea of putting a for-profit prison over the destroyed environment of these indigenous people and the woods, that is the most cursed thing you could possibly do, right? Like, that is clearly where you would find evil and suffering.
Yep.
You've destroyed the natural land that had already been taken from these people who had been displaced, and now you are going to go and build this for-profit prison system based on lies. It's bad mojo. This is gonna be haunted.
It fits so thematically.
And this is gonna be haunted. Like, this read to me as extremely interesting. When I think that was a good thing to bring back from the access guide. I like that was brought back in. Another note is that Audrey says in her letter that she's doing this for the man she believes her father could be and once was. So, if we go by the version her father could be, I think we saw glimmers of that in season 2. My question for you is that, do you think, because she says the man her father once was, do you think Benjamin Horne ever was that man?
Yes.
When? That's my question. Like, in Audrey's life, has she ever known her father to be a good man?
Could this be a Nadine situation where, like, it's just by certain circumstances where this person seemed to be perceived this way? Could it be a situation where it was stories that she was told of what Benjamin Horne was? In any case, I do believe that Benjamin Horne has been through a lot, and a lot that he was ended up proud of, and I do believe that he continues to be twisted, but mostly by the circumstances that he has been handed, by the overall silvered platters that have been too tempting for him to resist, if you will. I think that there genuinely is a kindness and innocence, but also a purity when it comes to his experiences with his brother when they were young, between, like, standing proudly next to his father, between understanding more of his desires and potential sexuality when it came to the dancing girl inside the room, to the moments where they're talking about the fun experiences of eating sandwiches with these other individuals. I don't think it's all hard crime with Benjamin Horne. I don't think that it's all having problems with his overall marriage. I do believe that there is a bit of him that was attractive to his wife, that was kind to the daughter that he has resting on his overall desk. But then again, maybe that's just me believing in the corrupting nature around him. I don't believe that he ended up coming out purely bad.
I don't see. There's no way to know for sure. And in the world of Twin Peaks fiction, it's possible that it was a gradual change or it was a sudden change. But either way, if you were to try to pinpoint, where did Ben go wrong, we don't know that. We don't have any indication of that. We only have his childhood. And we have his adulthood. We don't have his in-between. And we don't have the time when he, married Sylvia. I point to someone like Johnny Horne as kind of a questionable moment because Johnny's older than Audrey. And if we look at the way that Johnny lives, and we never hear Ben show any concern, support, or anything for Johnny, it makes me wonder if he's older than Audrey, did Johnny ever know a quote-unquote good Benjamin Horne, or has he never? So, like, that's where we don't know. We don't see any indication of a connection between those two to substantiate that things used to be different. We don't know that for Jerry either. So there's just a lot of unknowns. I think it's funny if I believe that Leland is the reason, because the moment Leland was his attorney, that's when everything went horribly wrong. But we don't know that. We don't know which came first. I mean, he has dealings with Renault's. He has dealings with Blackie. We don't know which came first. He has dealings with Catherine. Any number of these people could have been a corrupting influence, but also he could have been a corrupting influence on them too. So who knows where it starts.
Hey, enablers can enable each other to enable.
Conveniently, Ben's plans were destroyed in the explosion. So no one became aware of what happened with these plans that he had, and Audrey's letter also was seemingly lost. Only Ben had that. No one else had that. So as the way it's worded, Ben became the only person who knew what Audrey was there to do after she, went into the emergency condition.
Yes.
And he never revealed the note's existence or revealed what she was doing. To me, that indicates, I guess, one of two things, and I'm working off of memory from a while ago when I read this, so maybe you could refresh me here. We're never given any indication of Audrey's state closer to 2016. So we don't know where she's at. So is it at this point equally likely, you tell me which one's more likely or if they're both equal,
Very well.
that the archivist knows Ben Horne enough that Ben Horne would tell him the secret? Or tell them the secret? Or is it more likely that the archivist knows Audrey well enough that Audrey would tell the archivist this, and Audrey is still in the capacity to do so right now?
At this point, it's equal, but mostly because the identity of the archivist is only based on assumptions. If I look at someone such as Briggs, I would say it's more closer that he'd end up meeting with Audrey, just mostly because of Bobby and that potential connection that can happen, if you will. Just because even though there was like that weird like potential like poke at romance, I guess, between it, I can see overall Audrey confiding with Bobby as like one of the very limited people out there that Audrey just generally knows.
I think it's interesting if it is Ben, because that would indicate that Ben knows the archivist well enough to trust this person with secret information. But it also would show a form of regret and acknowledgement out of this character to even say it. So that would have implications.
It would have implications, but on the same notion, like, is there any point, I'm trying to remember myself, from the book that shows much regret from Ben, or shows anything that would leave him in a state of sadness?
The way that the archivist kind of words it is that the people who saw Ben at the hospital with Audrey saw Ben as a broken man. And that while Ben still proceeded with his plan, there may be signs of positive change kind of as time went on. It seems like the archivist leaves a note that he may not be completely far gone. He seems to have some sort of regret lingering.
Follow up with that, why would he share it with it? Like, is it just something over drinks that they end up sharing information?
Who knows, right?
Or is it this person is known as like, excuse me, I feel very bad about this situation. I know you have top secret government documents right here. Could you put this sad note about my daughter in amongst them? That's a weird note, as opposed towards someone confiding and trying to overall release something in which like they are trying to get past, and then leaves a note behind with someone who I would say was probably a good listener.
The archivist also notes the proceedings of the Ghostwood plan, and Agent TP comments that that's one of the last things chronologically that the archivist notes. The archivist Agent TP then speculates something happened to the archivist shortly after this point, which I don't know. I kind of have mixed feelings on that because we haven't read the rest of the thing. So for Agent TP to step in and say, this is one of the last things chronologically that the archivist talks about, kind of tells us there's a stopping point in the timeline before we get to it. You know what I'm saying?
Kind of.
I don't know if I like the idea that like 2/3 in, Agent TP is saying, yep, this is about as far in the timeline as we're going, so that means something happened after this point.
I think that at the very least, like, even if it may seem clunky on the surface, I need to know, like, what's coming up with part 3. I would need to read further before I can give more thoughts. At this point, I'm in a very neutral zone where it's like, oh, the format might change.
Yeah.
Neat.
Well, it seems like kind of by the end of part 2, we're going to go back to the past stuff again a little bit more. Because it does seem like we're returning to our dear friend Dougie very imminently. So, dear listener, this is a weird juncture point where we're about to jump into a fairly large section, according to my notes at least, on continuity issues in this book. If this is something that is not really your interest level, by all means, we'll see you next episode. We're going to be talking about the third and final chunk of this book. So if you want to go ahead and read that and be ready for it, that is what is up next. But the next thing we're going to be doing is a little more experimental. And I know, Professor, you've told me before that when it comes to these continuity issues, a lot of them are not issues for you.
Yes.
I want to experiment and tease that out a bit by throwing some at you And I didn't pick
Ow.
I picked many of them, not all of them.
Why are you throwing so many things at me?
I want to know...
I am so soft and fragile.
I want to know how many inches your eyebrow is raised by them.
Very well.
I want to know which inconsistencies you think are explainable, which ones you think are not explainable but don't matter, and which ones are not explainable but, like, they make you wonder.
Okay, so we're putting things in nice little sorted bins as we put them away, as we put our toys away, and call it a day on this little occasion.
So, first category here is football. There's a few things relating to football when it comes to continuity.
Go for it. I don't know anything about football other than it has feet and balls.
You don't have to. You don't have to know anything about that. He's got to know things about Twin Peaks. You can do that for me. So, in the access guide, the football team photo seems to show enough players for a regular 11-player team. 11 players in the photo from the access guide.
Yes.
In the secret history, the plaque and description shows a 7-player squad. Do you think that the 4-person difference between the access guide and the book is significant?
I don't think it's too terribly significant. I mean, there is enough that there is, like, a more tighter-knit group in one than the other.
It's because, like, we know he had the access guide available. So, like, he did change it. So that's the question of, is there a reason to change it, or...
I believe that off-pod you mentioned that the numbers on the jerseys were different as well. I think that the first part might either, like, communicate something more succinct and something more close, but I think in combination with, like, less numbers in the team, as well as differences in the numbers of the jerseys. I'm not a football expert to tell, like, what these numbers even mean. I just thought I was in a number generator, and that's what you get. But from judging from the fact that they have these overall numbers and on their jerseys and they're different, I think it's those who do have this information look at it and be like, okay, that's a weird difference.
To me, this is evidence for the alternate universe idea.
I think it is something where it is flirting with that and it's communicating with others, being like, hey, this is like how it's going to be going.
Because I can't think of any other reason why Mark Frost would want to change the jersey numbers from the access guide, which he has with him when he's writing.
Yeah.
Why would he want to change those numbers except to introduce and give evidence for the idea of there being alternate realities?
Returning to the idea beforehand, like,
or unreliable narrators.
Flirting with either unreliable narrators or, I'm thinking in this case more so, alternate histories.
Because, like, the number of a jersey should be pretty factual. That shouldn't depend on who's writing. That should be something you could just look up. And
25.
if the archivist has all this information, this should not be, like, a hard thing to correct. I'm not going to go through all the numbers, but to give an example, like, some of them are small. Like, Ed is number 60 in the access guide. In the book, he's 65. Okay, whatever. But then Harry's number 10 in the access guide, and he's 45 in this book. I also don't know what the jersey numbers mean enough to say much about that. I don't think they mean anything. I think it's just a weird thing to change.
It's definitely a weird thing to change. I mean, worst case scenario, it was something where it was like, okay, jersey numbers, here's the number, here's the number, here's the number. These don't matter.
Maybe.
But I don't think it's because
suspicious.
It is suspicious.
The guide also states that Coach Bobo Hobson never was caught on camera. You may remember in the access guide, he feared it would take his soul to have a picture taken of him. In the dossier, it has a picture of him. And in a Twin Peaks Gazette article, which I think is very funny because that means his soul has been stolen.
We have acquired one soul.
So that is kind of weird. If Bobo Hobson, they kept the name, but they changed the detail about him not taking photos.
Was there any sort of additional, like, event that happened with Bobo Hobson that is the difference in this?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I believe it is just Coach Bobo Hobson, but now he has photos, whereas before one of the very few specific things we knew about him that he didn't take photos has been directly contradicted on purpose, it seems.
It either was a detail that wasn't important enough and it got retconned, or B, another of those weird instances because they did, like, we've already covered the football team, so maybe it's a point where everyone's now starting to look closer at it. Like, oh, that's interesting. Another difference. Where does this rabbit hole lead?
This is the big one for me when it comes to the football continuity. In the access guide, the 1968 Steeplejacks never lost a game, including the last one against Kettle Falls Cougars. They were victorious the whole year. In the secret history, the 1968 Lumberjacks lost their final game, which was against the Kettle Fall Cougars. Same team, same number in the season. One was a victory, a stupendous success for the town. One was a defeat, incredible shame at the end of a great year. It has the most implications for Hank, obviously.
Yes.
But that's a pretty direct thing to change.
It is.
So in the show, I don't believe they give any indications about whether there was a winning or a loss. So this is only against the Access Guide again. Mm-hmm. So do you think that this change means that Mark Frost was like, I like what the Access Guide's doing here, but I think it's more effective narratively and thematically if they lose. I can use that for Hank, and I'm going to change that. Or again, do you think he purposefully differentiated it to say, this is the parallel universe in which they lost that game?
I think losing the game and having the friction that happens with Hank is very notable, as there already seem to be just generally falling out between the characters that were implied with the show, something that was less implied with the Secret Access Guide. Mm-hmm. The big thing that happened in the Secret Access Guide was the big tie, if you will, just because that was basically nature causing the big issue. Meanwhile, the nature of John, I suppose, is the big changed issue for the good old secret history. Mm-hmm. It could be a thematic change in retcon. It could be...
So are you 50-50?
I'm 50-50 on this one, too.
The last one I have for football is one that's more of an internal contradiction. I personally think this is just an oversight. I think it's something that should have been caught in the editing that wasn't. Benjamin Horne is stated to have been the student manager for the Twin Peaks High School football team in 1968. That is said in Secret History. However, his birth date, also said in Secret History, is given to be August 4th, 1940, which would have made him 27 or 28 at the time, a decade older than most high school students. So if he's supposed to be a student manager, he would have been at best 27. That's a 10-year difference.
That is a 10-year difference.
So I think that's just a mistake that should have been caught. But in a book full of a bunch of numbers, I think it just got missed.
Or the fact that numbers are significant inside the book, maybe it's supposed to lead me deeper down my rabbit hole.
You think that?
Maybe.
Do you?
Maybe.
Next section's Norma and Nadine.
It's the age in Roman numerals.
There's a few involving Norma and Nadine. So kind of the more obvious one maybe is the way in which the story is told about the circumstances of Ed and Nadine's, the shooting and all that stuff. So in the show, Ed and Nadine were married the spring after high school after Norma cheated on Ed with Hank. During their honeymoon, he accidentally shot out Nadine's eye with a buckshot that ricocheted off a rock. That is the story that Ed told Cooper with Albert snickering in the distance.
Yes.
The book states that Ed and Norma's relationship crumbled while Ed was in Vietnam. Previously not part of the story. Hank intercepted the letters he had sent to her, then Ed and Nadine fell in love after meeting at his gas station, and then Nadine's eye was shot out during a hunting trip they took with Harry S. Truman, so therefore not on the honeymoon. Mm-hmm. Unless they took Harry Truman on a hunting trip during their honeymoon, which I find not likely. I don't think that's what they did. So we are given two different accounts. And this one to me, again, is suspicious because I even asked you earlier, why go, I think I asked you, I don't know, this pod's long.
Yes.
If I didn't, I meant to ask you, why go through all this depth about Nadine and Norma and Ed's backstory when it's mostly retreading? This is kind of the asterisk I'd put by the retreading. Mm-hmm. It's going out of its way to retell us how Ed and Norma met and how Nadine lost her eye, but it's changing it. Mm-hmm. The fact that it's changing it seems to be important because it isn't a one-to-one retelling. It is Mark Frost going and changing the times and circumstances and events. Mm-hmm. What do you make of that? Like, you're with me. This is not tinfoil conspiracy hour, right? Like,
it's not tinfoil conspiracy hour, but
those are meaningful differences.
They are meaningful differences. Is it all coming from, I'm just trying to remember correctly, is it all coming from Ed's perspective, or do we hear any other character talk about it in the show?
I know it's Ed telling Cooper. I can't remember if Truman corroborated the story. This version we're getting in the book is from Hawk. Now, my thinking is that why would Hawk lie? So I don't think he lied. And why would Hawk have the wrong information seems unlikely considering how close he is to Truman and Ed. Mm-hmm. And then why would Ed lie to Cooper? Like, it's just, to me, I don't see a reason why Ed and Hawk would have different stories.
Because Hawk's story is a multi-page dossier. Mm-hmm. Ed's story is a footnote in something that he's already, like, kind of shielded against.
You could argue, like the honeymoon thing. When people talk, They make mistakes in their verbiage.
Yeah.
We do it all the time. We have so many moments we have to edit out because one of us said the wrong word or something.
Yes.
When he said during their honeymoon, maybe he just meant after their honeymoon. The thing is that we usually don't think of shows that way. We usually take dialogue in a script to be what it states. The only way I can reconcile, again, because I don't believe that they went on a hunting trip with Harry S. Truman on their honeymoon. So the only way these two things could even fit is if Ed misspoke or Hawk misremembered. I just find it a bit too specific for that. Like, how do you forget the Vietnam War in your story? How do you not mention that?
It's, again, like, how much is he willing to share with this person, which, yes, Ed as well as Coop have their moments, but I don't find them to be too terribly close to be like, yes, now I'm going to tell you about the war.
Nadine's maiden name is stated in the book to be Gertz, while in episode 17 it is stated to be Butler. Her maiden name was changed.
Maybe it's both. Gertz Butler.
It's short.
It's short for Butler Gertz.
It could be like maybe the father's one, the mother's the other, and she commonly used one more. You know, it's possible.
It's possible.
In the book, Nadine's birth date is given as January 25th, 1950, which would make her 39 years old in the February to March 1989 time period where the original story is set. But the show states her age to be 35. So there's a 4-year difference between where the age would line up between her age in the book and her age in the show. I don't know if that's significant either. I think it is, again, a curiosity in terms of how this book was edited and kind of proof-checked, because that feels to me as an error rather than a purposeful decision.
Like, was she like, hi, I'm Nadine, I'm 35, or was this like into like a little side bit of
I did not dig all of those details out.
Yeah.
This is going off the Twin Peaks wiki as my source.
If you want a fun flavor sort of like take onto it, maybe she's claiming she's 35 because that's what the age of her father when he was doing his thing.
There's ways to explain around it.
Yeah.
Next is the Martells and Packards. There's a few things with them. The Access Guide states that the Martells arrived in Twin Peaks after the Packards, but the Secret History states the opposite. Now, there is a counterpoint on the wiki to this. The wiki notes, the guide is produced by Richard Saul Werman, who is a good friend of Andrew Packard. Thus, he may have written it this way to favor his friend's family.
Yes.
I like that counterpoint.
Agreed.
So again, the issue is which family came first. It is possible that the Access Guide had an unreliable narrator because he has friends with one of the families. Is that good enough for you?
It is most certainly good enough for me, especially with how we've already went through with unreliable narrators in the past.
So it could be a purposeful change for alternate realities, or it could be indication that the Access Guide was fallible.
Correct.
What Mark Frost intended, we'll probably never know. In the Access Guide, Pete's father is the one to sell the Martell mill to the Packards 1 week before dying of indigestion. In the Secret History, it is Pete's grandfather selling to Andrew's father on his deathbed. That does mix things up a little bit. It doesn't change anyone's direct narrative. It doesn't have implications on the characters we know. So why change it?
The existence of changes or how it would overall impact characters, this one I'm the most lost on myself.
Yeah, it's just a specific thing, like, if you have the Access Guide there, unless something with his own, like maybe Mark Frost's timeline didn't match up that way or something, it's just kind of specific. This one has always driven me nuts, and I'm really curious on your thoughts, and I opened up the pod with it, hint, hint. The archivist states that Pete Martell played checkers, not chess. In the series, Pete assists Agent Cooper in his chess match with Wyndham Earle. So in the show, it is very obvious that Pete plays chess.
I'm just thinking of like maybe there's an alternate reality that maybe that also coincidentally aligned with Cooper and Wyndham Earle, where there's just like, instead of a giant pond at the gazebo, there's like a giant like red disc.
I'm glad your thought process is in the right place. So this one is especially perplexing. And I remember when I first read the book, I think this was the most glaring immediate continuity that I became aware of just passively. Like not hearing it from anyone else, just kind of like, what? Like, when I heard that phrasing, because the way it's worded, I'm verbatim, but like the archivist says, like, Pete's a checkers man, not a chess man, something like that. And it's like, why would you say that about the one character in Twin Peaks we know plays chess?
Hear me out, because like obviously it could be a typo, checkers and chess.
No.
It's just no.
It's too direct. It's too on the nose.
Here's what I want to propose to you. With Pete was the chess expert brought in order to try to follow along the lines of Wyndham Earle. Take that out, and Cooper being unable to solve the problems, whatever happens afterwards happens. But if Cooper is not able to follow a lead and is not able to take a next big step forward, maybe Cooper did actually go home in this reality. Maybe by this reality, this is like
now we're
taking
getting
some of
tingly.
these overall Jenga pieces.
Starting to feel like capsaicin spice issuing out.
Where Cooper was able to actually leave, where we couldn't actually meet with these final conclusions just because there's enough absent or away that he could not be captured or put aside.
Pete being a chess player is actually main story.
Yes.
That's what's weird about it, right? Because like the Nadine, Norma, Ed story, it's a B plot. It's not the main thing. But if you take away Pete playing chess, it does have direct implications and ramifications. Now, there is a wiki counterpoint to this that argues that no, it's not an error. It's fine. And that is that the archivist was speaking figuratively, stating that he is a chess man, not a checkers man, to basically point out his personality, not actually literally. I'm not compelled by that because even if it does have a metaphorical personality component, it is so on the nose and so specifically worded and so unnecessary to put there that you can't put that in there about Pete Martell and not make people raise their eyebrows, because it's one of the most defining traits of Pete Martell in season 2. It is so direct. And again, all of these errors, if it was just one of them, okay. But it's the fact that Pete Martell suddenly is said to play checkers, not chess. And Benjamin Horne, his situation with the Confederate thing has changed. And Norma and Ed have met in different ways. Like, it's all these things mixed in a relatively short period of time. That's what concerns me.
It concerns you.
When I first read this, it was the lack of clarity of whether or not this means alternate universes or this is a very badly written book. And it just seemed more likely alternate universes than badly written, because this is Mark Frost. And I'm also just looking at this like it's just too consistent. You have to be going out of your way to change this many things. But then it became the question of why? And that's the thing that plagued me. That's the thing that worried me, is why change these many things? I got one last section. This one's more kind of a listy sort of nature, but there's some changes in names and lineage. In the secret history, Pete's father is named Ursel, whose father is named Zebulon. In the Access Guide, Pete's father is named Neelith, whose father is named Rudolph.
I prefer Zebulon, personally.
I prefer Zebulon as well. Neelith and Ursel are about equal to me. So, changing the names of Pete's family. In the Access Guide, Andrew and Catherine's father's name is Ezekiel. In the secret history, his name is Thomas. In the Access Guide, Harry is stated to be the son of a mill worker named Boyd Truman. In the secret history, it is said that he is the son of Sheriff Frederick Truman. So that one, again, furthers the idea of repeating recurrences in families, whereas the original had him having an unrelated father, having a mill worker father. So name changes, I don't really get that worried about, because it's like, we don't know those characters anyway. It's not that big of a deal. But changing Sheriff Truman's father's job feels pointed to, again, reassert recurrence more than anything else. And as I've said before, if everyone's just repeating their parents, I find it less compelling, because they're not really as responsible for their own actions if there's a sense of fate. I don't like fate. So to me, like, if Sheriff Truman chose to be a sheriff of his own volition versus that's just what the Trumans do.
It's just what the Trumans do on the Truman Show.
And to be clear, probably more clear than I necessarily need to be, it's okay for a story to have a plot line where someone chooses to follow in the tradition of their families. It's just so consistent in this book that it makes it seem like it's inevitable, right? So if these people are choosing to follow in their parents' footsteps, that's one thing. But if it's like a magnetic force that compels these people to repeat history, that's where I'm a little bit more like, I don't know how I like that. And then the last one, we've kind of hinted at this before, but Hawk is being described as a Nez Perce in this story of having Nez Perce heritage, whereas in the Access Guide it said a different tribe, and we had talked about that before that episode. I think that just, again, made sense for what this story was trying to do.
Yes.
So those are the main continuity issues that I was finding in this particular section of the book from the wiki.
Very well.
When you kind of look at them in the totality, I don't know if you want to think of it as a fraction, a percent, just a feeling, how much of this do you think was on purpose, and how much of this was like an accident?
I think that if I had to guess statistic-wise and just ballparking and just assuming going forward, I'd go for about a 90-10.
Okay.
Like, I do think
90% on purpose.
Yeah. Mostly because I'm putting the on purpose in both areas of retcon, as well as making it clear that there are changes inside of the book. Anything that may be unintentional ends up benefiting the other example of things just being generally inconsistent, like getting that curiosity ready and just getting that mind less, I suppose, very playable,
Clayable?
moldable.
Ah.
There we go. For whatever sort of like mental gymnastics you'll end up with. Again, this book is very beneficial if you got a Sam Stanley in your brain.
90-10.
90-10. Yes. And again, like, I think that the 10% just comes from coincidental changes. I think it comes with, say, for
Or
example,
accidents.
yeah, exactly.
So, of the 90% that's on purpose, do you find it mostly compelling?
Yes. So far, nearly every example that we brought forward has brought up some interesting rabbit holes. I think it succeeds in that respect, especially when you have someone to bump off of. I think that...
Like this cat sitting in the middle of the table between us.
Bingo. I think that this is very much, if you had a book club that was into Twin Peaks, this would be a great book to go through, just because of the rabbit holes you can dive into.
I don't know, Professor. It seems like people wouldn't have a lot to say about this book.
Not
Looks
whatsoever.
at runtime of this episode.
This is the second part of a 3-part book series.
Maybe it's the biggest in the middle.
Maybe it's maybe it's just like 2 thin pieces of bread, and this is just like the whole head of lettuce.
I don't know what it's going to be when we edit it down. It's probably going to be gigantic.
That's
still.
how you make sandwiches, right?
Yeah, it's how you make sandwiches. I think this book's biggest success is its ability to generate discussion, dialogue, inquiry. And if we're going to cover this book, I think that's what we need to do. So I personally have really enjoyed this conversation, all the rabbit holes and the areas we've gotten lost into.
I would love for the reaction to be otherwise, where it's like after 4 hours and 20 minutes, it's like, well, I hated having this conversation with you, Professor. I loathed every single moment.
Every single moment about it. Why was there no pizza in this episode like last one? I do have a wonderful and strange question of the week for you. So my question is, do you wish that this Twin Peaks book had more humor in it? Now,
I don't wish for anything. Kill the genies.
Okay, let me finish my context. Seasons 1 and 2, especially 2, My Life, My Tapes, and The Access Guide, I think generally had more of a sense of humor than what we currently have got out of this book. However, Fire Walk with Me and Laura's Diary, very serious. My question is for you again. Do you like the more serious tone of this, or do you wish it had more humor?
I think that overall it's got a different style of humor for the most part, but I don't think that it needs it. Like, I think that if you really want something that's far more tongue-in-cheek, we've already got the Access Guide off to the side. I'm not lacking.
I mostly agree. I agree with you. I'm just kind of pushing, just kind of seeing what happens.
You have successfully shoved me, and I am now inside of a pool that is very familiar to me. And I say, you know what? It's pretty nicely lukewarm in here. Overall, I think that I'm very cozy here. If I need to go chill out over there, I'll swim over here. If I need to warm up, I'll come back over here. I'm just going to keep swimming.
I'd say the phrase, but I'm worried Disney's going to copyright murder us. Continue propelling yourself through the water. Continue propelling yourself through the water, said Dorothy.